The time for our leadership is now. It was the United States and the United Kingdom and our democratic allies that shaped a world in which new nations could emerge and individuals could thrive. And even as more nations take on the responsibilities of global leadership, our alliance will remain indispensable to the goal of a century that is more peaceful, more prosperous, and more just. The nature of our leadership will need to change with the times. Shortly after 9/11, that our war is not against Islam. Bin Laden was not a Muslim leader. He was a mass murderer of Muslims. Indeed, Al-Qaeda has slaughtered scores of Muslims in many countries, including our own. So his demise should be welcomed by all who believe in peace and human dignity. I receive this honor with deep gratitude and great humility. It's an award that speaks to our highest aspirations, that for all the cruelty and hardship of our world, we are not mere prisoners of fate. And yet I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the considerable controversy that your generous decision has generated. In part, this is because I am at the beginning and not the end of my labors on the world stage. Compared to some of the giants of history who have received this prize, Schweitzer and King, Marshall and Mandela, my accomplishments are slight.
You just said you used the phrase a Muslim president, and
right.
There are a lot of our viewers out there who probably jumped up straight up on their chairs and said, "What did he say?"
Yes.
And why do you say that?
And I will give you the reason. My wife Rachel is Jewish and I'm Jewish, but I'm from America. She's from Egypt. I think like a Christian. She thinks like a Muslim. My wife is an intelligence gatherer for the Israeli government in Kol Israel radio services. Mm-hmm. And she was picking up broadcasts for years before the 2008 elections. And the Saudis were saying, and my wife didn't understand it until later, we will have a Muslim in the White House in 2008. Mm. And the fact is, nobody knew who Obama was before 2008.
That's true.
And he became a senator, I believe, in 2006. He barely served a very short time as senator, and all of a sudden he becomes the President of the United States.
President to the United States faithfully.
That I will execute
faithfully the office of President of the United States.
President of the United States. In my country. Assalamu alaikum. Candidate for president, but as a citizen. A proud citizen of the United States and a fellow citizen of the world. But the burdens of global citizenship continue to bind us together. A change of leadership in Washington will not lift this burden. In this new century, Americans and Europeans alike will be required to do more, not less. Partnership and cooperation among nations is not a choice. It is the only way, the one way, to protect our common security and advance our common humanity. The walls between races and tribes, natives and immigrants, Christians and Muslims and Jews cannot stand. These now are the walls we must tear down.
President Obama has committed 30,000 more troops to Afghanistan, but has also announced a withdrawal could begin as early as the middle of 2011. Some in the U.S. are skeptical Obama's new strategy will work. Our TV's Anastasia Churkina reports.
After months of making up his mind, the U.S. president has revealed his plan for Afghanistan, escalating the war at the fastest possible pace.
It is in our vital national interest to send an additional 30,000 U.S. troops to Afghanistan.
In a speech that...
Miller, stop playing around.
You are now listening to Dancing Beats.
Moment as a photo call of the leaders last night. President Obama shook hands with Libya's Colonel Gaddafi. There's been hostility between the two countries for years over Libya's support for terrorist groups.
Today, the government of Libya announced the death of Muammar Gaddafi. This marks the end of a long and painful chapter for the people of Libya, who now have the opportunity to determine their own destiny in a new and democratic Libya.
We stand at the precipice. The entire world is rushing towards World War III by any measurement or definition. The private offshore banks that dominate Europe and the United States are invading countries all over the Middle East, North Africa, and trying to start a war as well with Pakistan. This is all happening as the world economy is imploded and as the private central banks openly announce a private corporate bank of the world. That are
everything you do know about, very little, but what we do know about him has been anti everything we stand for, and he's in the White House. So why are we surprised? Why are we surprised? So now you turn and realize that for the first time, now see people, when I travel, people, there's two questions when we have an open Q&A, typically there's two questions we can always ask. Where's American prophecy? Anybody study eschatology recognize that all the major players are clearly identified. America is conspicuous in its absence of mention. So that's a valid area of discussion. Then the second question we often get to the spiritually mature audience to say, why hasn't God judged America? Billy Graham quipped several decades ago very cleverly. He says, if God doesn't judge America, he'll have to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. Thomas Jefferson said the same thing back in 1781. He says, I tremble for my country when I recall that God is just and that his justice will not sleep forever. So the point is, why are we surprised? Now, if you're going to start talking about the judgment of God, you quickly discover there's at least 4 or 5 kinds of judgment. There's calamitous judgment like Noah and all of that. There's eschatological judgment like Revelation 6 and following and so on. One of his judgments could be called his abandonment judgment. Imagine yourself as Samson on that third visit to Delilah, and when you wake up, you discover that your strength is gone. In a few seconds, you realize that God has abandoned you. Can you imagine how Samson felt as he realized the significance of not being able to break loose like he had before, and so forth? The abandonment judgment. That's exactly what Hosea was called to present to the northern kingdom. And God says to him, leave Ephraim alone. He's joined himself to idols. That summarizes the whole indictment of God against the northern kingdom, his abandonment judgment. Now, I have preached for years, 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal the land. God says, if you do 4 things, I'll do 3. And I preach that. I have to be honest with you, I'm not sure I can anymore. Why? Because there is, when I was redoing our Genesis commentary, I was startled to discover how God's primary jealousy is as his role as creator. not as Redeemer. To understand his redemption, you have to have the Word of God. So you have an excuse, so to speak, not knowing that. But you do not have an excuse about the creation, because the creation testifies of itself, of him. Psalm 19, etc. So the point is, I was startled to discover that God's primary passion or jealousy, if you want to call it that, is as his role as creator. And I also was startled to discover there is a specific judgment of God that is poured out upon a nation that fails to acknowledge him as creator. I used to read Romans chapter 1, verse 18 to the end, and I thought it was about homosexuality. No, it isn't. Not if you read it carefully. In that passage, starting at Romans 1, from verse 18 to the end, 3 times in that passage, God says, because they did not recognize me as creator, I, God, will give them over to that which is not convenient. And then it describes homosexuality in terms that you can't read it to a small family, to young people. I mean, it's pretty graphic. The point is, it's not about homosexuality. I always thought it was. No, read it carefully. It's about a judgment of God that God puts upon a culture that fails to acknowledge him as creator. And I'm not talking homosexual. I always looked at it as an individual choice, as my friend Don Perkins pointed out. That's an issue for the individual. Fine. As a collective thing, it's a judgment of God. And so, as I read any paper, pick it up, I'm beginning to suspect. I'll say it carefully. I'm beginning to suspect that the judgment of God has begun, not because of the earthquakes and that. No. It's because of the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah was not homosexuality. It was the public condoning of it. Okay? And to see where we're headed, I think you start talking about Jimmy Carter. Yeah. I think it's one of those rare comparisons that I think it's unfair to Jimmy Carter to compare him to Obama, because Obama is a sworn enemy. Obama is a sworn enemy of everything I stand for. And so he's not my president.
Assalamu alaikum. Many other Americans have Muslims in their families or have lived in a Muslim majority country. I know because I am one of them. But my father came from a Kenyan family that includes generations of Muslims. As a boy, I spent several years in Indonesia and heard the call of the azan at the break of dawn. I have known Islam on 3 continents before coming to the region where it was first revealed. That experience guides my conviction.
You're absolutely right that John McCain has not talked about my Muslim faith.
As the Holy Quran tells us, the Holy Quran teaches that, the Holy Quran tells us, and the Holy Quran also says, we will convey our deep appreciation for the Islamic faith, which has done so much over the centuries to shape the world.
I would like to speak directly to the people and leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Your great and celebrated culture. Over many centuries, your art, your music, literature, and innovation have made the world a better and more beautiful place. We know that you are a great civilization, and your accomplishments have earned the respect of the United States and the world.
I also know civilization's debt to Islam. It was Islam at places like Uluzar that carried the light of learning through so many centuries, paving the way for Europe's Renaissance and Enlightenment. It was innovation in Muslim communities that developed the order of algebra, our magnetic compass and tools of navigation. our mastery of pens and printing, our understanding of how disease spreads and how it can be healed. Islamic culture has given us majestic arches and soaring spires, timeless poetry and cherished music, elegant calligraphy, and places of peaceful contemplation. They have fought in our wars, they have served in our government, they have stood for civil rights, they have started businesses, they have taught at our universities, they've excelled in our sports arenas, they've won Nobel Prizes, built our tallest building, and lit the Olympic torch. And when the first Muslim American was recently elected to Congress, he took the oath to defend our Constitution using the same Holy Quran. In ancient times and in our times, Muslim communities have been at the forefront of innovation and education. Islam is not part of the problem in combating violent extremism. It is an important part of promoting peace. The enduring faith of over 1 billion people is so much bigger than the narrow hatred of a few. In the United States, rules on charitable giving have made it harder for Muslims to fulfill their religious obligation. That's why I'm committed to working with American Muslims to ensure that they can fulfill zakat. It is important for Western countries to avoid impeding Muslim citizens from practicing religion as they see fit. And I consider it part of my responsibility as President of the United States to fight against negative stereotypes of Islam wherever they appear.
We are no longer a Christian nation.
We do not consider ourselves a Christian nation. The United States has been enriched by Muslim Americans. Since our founding, American Muslims have enriched the United States. Islam has always been a part of America's story. There is a mosque in every state in our union and over 1,200 mosques within our borders.
You know, one of the points I want to make is that if you actually took the number of Muslims Americans, we'd be one of the largest Muslim countries in the world.
Let there be no doubt, Islam is a part of America.
He did bow to the Muslim king, while he did not do it to the British Queen of England. And by bowing, he showed the world that I am subservient. I do bow down to you as a Muslim king, something no other president has done with Saudi Arabia. The Saudi king is his peer. He is not his subordinate in order to bow for him. And this is exactly what Obama did. Usually it is out of respect that someone would nod his head when bowing to royalty, and the ladies will give curtsy. But Obama went beyond what is required as a head of state and bowed to the Saudi king, and that's unacceptable. It sent the wrong symbol.
When you say it sends the wrong signal, what signal do you think it sends?
It sent a message that Islam is superior to any other master or king or president in the world, that an American president bound to a Muslim king. It also sent a message that terrorism and jihadism is giving Islam the respect it should have on the world stage, to the point that it made an American president, for the first time in history, bow to a Muslim king.
And this is a common thought shared by all the therefore after
Presidential candidate Barack Obama is trying to change political fashion. He gave a speech in Iowa City today, and he wasn't wearing an American flag pin. Those pins have become synonymous with politicians since 9/11. Obama says he doesn't like how the pin has come to represent patriotism in America.
I won't wear that pin on my chest.
It's a little weird, Alan, that in the middle of the campaign the guy takes off the American flag that most people wear because they're proud of their country.
Let me speak as clearly and as plainly as I can. America is not and never will be at war with Islam. Thank you. And Eid Shoma Mubarak.
President Obama is the least transparent president in the history of this country. There's never been anything like it. We know very little about our president. I'm very honored to have gotten him to release his long-form birth certificate, or whatever it may be. Now, many people have questions, and very serious questions. I have a deal for the president, a deal that I don't believe he can refuse, and I hope he doesn't. If Barack Obama opens up and gives his college records and applications, and if he gives his passport applications and records, I will give to a charity of his choice, Inner City Children in Chicago, American Cancer Society, AIDS research, anything he wants, a check immediately for $5 million. The check will be given within 1 hour after he releases all of the records so stated. He'll be doing a great service for the country if he does this. If he releases these records, it will end the question and indeed the anger of many Americans. They'll know something about their president. Their president will become transparent like other presidents. So all he has to do to get $5 million for a charity or charities of his choice is get his colleges to immediately give his applications and records, and also to release his passport records. When he does that, to my satisfaction, if it's complete, this check is delivered immediately. A lot of people will be very happy to see this happen. Frankly, it's a check that I very much want to write. I absolutely would be the most happy of all if I did, in fact, make this contribution through the president to these charities. One caveat. The records must be given by October 31st at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. President, not only will I be happy, and by the way, totally satisfied, but the American people will be happy. And you know what? Those charities will be very happy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me list those off. In terms of speaking to former presidents, I've spoken to all of them that are living. Obviously, President Clinton. I didn't want to get into a Nancy Reagan thing about, doing any seances.
You were the first that I know of nationally to use the adjective arrogant in describing Barack Obama. Is this an example of that arrogance?
Oh, absolutely. And not only is the statement arrogant, but then how he handled it is arrogant. He made the statement, then he tried to soften the statement before, thinking that somehow or another he could cover up and say, well, that's not exactly what I said. And he's also very arrogant. He is an ironic, sardonic observer of what's been going on in the Senate since he arrived there, not a participant, but he's been, he's very smart, and he knows it, and he lets that display itself by the kind of arrogance we've seen here in the last couple of weeks.
As president, I will end misguided defense policies. I'm the only major candidate who opposed this war from the beginning. And as president, I will end it.
Coalition and Iraqi security forces have achieved progress in the security arena. The premature drawdown of our forces would likely have devastating consequences.
You were one of Barack Obama's first supporters, back when few people really had faith in him to do this job. How does it feel tonight?
It feels like hope won. It feels like it's not just a victory for, obviously, Barack Obama. It feels like America did the right thing.
Which passages of Scripture should guide our public policy? Should we go with Leviticus, which suggests slavery is okay? Or we could go with Deuteronomy, which suggests stoning your child if he strays from the faith? Or should we just stick to the Sermon on the Mount, a passage that is so radical that it's doubtful that our own Defense Department would survive its application? Folks haven't been reading the Bible.
Contrary to the rumors that you've heard, I was not born in a manger. I was actually born on Krypton and sent here to save the planet Earth. We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set.
Everybody somewhere between the ages of 18 and 25 will serve 3 months of basic training.
We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong. Yes, we can.
Obama's healthcare plan will include coverage of all essential medical services. Yes, we can.
They're going to try to say, well, you know, he's got a funny name. And he doesn't look like all the presidents on the dollar bills and the $5 bills. You know, he's new, doesn't look like the other presidents on the currency.
You are the instruments that God is going to use to bring about universal change. And that is why Barack has captured the youth. And he has involved young people in a political process that they didn't care anything about. That's a sign. When the Messiah speaks, the youth will hear. And the Messiah is absolutely speaking.
Bent over, as she would approach the children, she would say to each one, "Are you the one? Are you the one?" Remember how she stood in that doorway and she held that baby in her arms and she said, "Are you the one, Jimmy? Are you the one?" Well, I watched that movie many years ago, but I do believe today I have the answer to Miss Pittman's question. It's a question that the entire nation is asking. Is he the one? Is he the one? South Carolina, I do believe he's the one. Giving us the audacity of hope.
Now, I know some people want me to bypass Congress and change the laws on my own. Believe me. And believe me, right now dealing with Congress, the idea but believe me, Believe me, the idea of doing things on my own is very tempting. I promise you, not just on immigration reform.
As the U.S. prepares to send 30,000 more troops to Afghanistan, President Barack Obama receives his Nobel Peace Prize in Norway. The nomination, announced in October, elicited swift reaction. Some praised the choice, while others questioned whether or not Obama really deserved it. By then, the president had been in office for less than a year, whereas the Peace Prize is traditionally given for long-term achievements. In his acceptance speech, the president said, "War is sometimes a necessary measure to achieve peace."
I am pro-choice. I believe in Roe versus Wade, and I come to that conclusion not because I'm pro-abortion. It is important for me to go ahead and affirm that I think same-sex couples should be able to get married.
So once again, the president supports same-sex marriage.
was made desolations in the earth. He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in two. He burns the chariot in fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. We got We must have some members of Congress here. Well, there you go, Dennis. Where? Hey, how are you? I want to thank...
Christian God is the one and only true living God, the creator of heaven and the universe. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
I agree.
You are an antichrist because you said, only go out and get the light.
Sheriff Joe Arpaio says he suspects President Obama's birth certificate is a fake.
We believe probable cause exists indicating that forgery and fraud may have been committed.
Arpaio says his team of volunteer investigators believes President Obama's birth certificate is computer generated. They say they have a person of interest that may be involved in that hoax.
So what is next? CBS 5's Heather Moore has been trying to get the answer to that question all night. Heather, what did you come up with?
Well, Catherine and Cena, the sheriff says maybe Congress needs to take this on next.
The President of the United States of America.
For we once were, we are no longer a Christian nation. We are no longer a Christian nation.
Change has come to America.
In which there is the very real prospect of a new world order.
We've got to give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
But the burdens of global citizenship continue to bind us together.
The president is proposing to spend more than $3.5 billion.
The national debt is now over $100 billion.
Wants to create a conspiracy.
Collapse of Building 7.
Taking live now to the Justice Department. Attorney General Roberto Gonzalez briefed reporters on terror-related.
The U.S. is on an unstable path.
Armies the size of modern nation-states, earthquakes, and a horrific force of destruction. Entire cities can be wiped out.
You always come to me and pray, just to get what you want or need. And when you pray to me this way, I never hear a word you say. My friend, will you listen to me? Will you really listen to me and receive what I have to say? Give me all your heart, give me all your heart. All or nothing. Give me all or nothing. Give me all or nothing. Now's the time to surrender to me. Now's the time to surrender to me. You say, oh Lord, this is too much, to let you be the Lord of all. And when you come to me one day and say all the things that you did in my name, I will say I never knew you. Say I never knew you. Or can you hear my voice today? Give me all your heart, give me all your heart. All or nothing. All or nothing. Give me all or nothing. Now's the time to surrender to me. Now's the time to surrender to me. I will fill you with my love and grace. I will send my spirit to you. Surrender all.
Are you sitting comfortably? Good.
Now, as we bring out our new product for this fall season, we are anticipating a 90% jump.
That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. Do you know that Jesus promised that he was coming back for you? I know the church don't talk about it much, but do you know that you're the bride of Christ and Jesus is going to marry you and he's coming back for you? This is true. Now learn the lesson of the fig tree. As soon as you see its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth. This generation will certainly not pass away till all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will never pass away. When you see the fig tree rebirth, this generation will not pass until all these things happen. You not wanting to know the truth is not going to change anything. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars.
There are wars and rumors of war, signs and warnings. There are disasters, destruction. There are those who say that these are dark times and that these destructive events are not just random.
As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. That is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 will be in the field, 1 will be taken, and the other one left. 2 women will be grinding at the mill. 1 will be taken, and the other one left. The same way Jesus has made plans for us, we have to understand that Satan has also made plans for this world. And he's made plans that he's going to reign and rule in this world, and that he is going to make this world into a one-world government, one-world system that he can control all people to worship him. See, Satan hasn't changed. He still wants worship. President Bush signed the North American Union Agreement. He did not ask Congress. He did not ask the people of America to vote.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
It's a deal that few have even heard of.
It's being done again by very few people at the very top on behalf of the investment class, but the working class of people, political officials across our country, from communities, from cities and so forth, they don't know anything about this.
You would think that a situation like this would be on the cover of every major newspaper. That is until you realize that the people who are behind this movement are the same people behind the mainstream media, and you are not told what you're not supposed to know. The North American Union is the same concept as the European Union, the African Union, and the soon-to-be Asian Union, and the same people are behind all of them. And, when the time is right, the North American Union, the European Union, the African Union, and the Asian Union will be merged together, forming the final stages of a plan these men have been working on for over 60 years. A one-world government.
When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
After 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
When our founders declared a new order of the ages, they were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled.
Stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
But Kissinger says they are preparing Obama to create this new world order. Now, I have a lot of stock in what Kissinger says because he's a member of this secret society, the Bilderbergs, which just met in Virginia and laid out plans to microchip all humans by 2017.
The ultimate goal is to get everybody in this world chipped with the RFID chip and have all money be on those chips and everything on those chips. And if anybody wants to protest what we do or violate what we want, we just turn off that chip.
These days were prophesied long ago. in the pages of the Bible.
So see, Satan's actively planning. But what are you actively doing with Jesus? Because Christ is coming for his church. And the church is not going to really tell you, because the church is now merchandising people for money, so they're not going to tell you that Christ is coming. God is about to make prophecy come true, and you're a part of it. There has to be an economic collapse to bring in a new world government.
What is it you did?
Well, let me show you what we did.
Okay.
What we do. We print this stuff.
Right.
And this is the money which makes the economy move, and how much we print affects inflation and interest rates and whether people have jobs. So if we get it right, everyone's happy, and if we don't, you know what.
There has to be an economic collapse to bring in a new world government. Your currency is about to change. He also forced everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark in his hand and in his forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of his name. This calls for wisdom. If anyone has insight, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
To think something so small can connect you to everything that matters.
When your life and all you love
are on the line. HealthLink is always with you when every second counts in the emergency room, providing immediate access to your medical records.
Because Bob has trouble remembering all his medications.
Because I'm in love with my kids' kids.
Because my car lost control while driving.
Because now I'm looking out for both of us.
Because I have diabetes, but it doesn't have me.
Because I spend my life in the ER trying to save yours.
Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. Therefore, we will not fear. Even though the earth be removed, though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though its waters roll and be troubled, shake when it's swelled. There's a river. The streams shall make glad the city of God. The holy place, the tabernacle of the Most High. Still, and know that I am God. Come behold the works of the Lord. He has made desolations in the earth. He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear in two. He burns the chariot in fire. know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. This compromise guarantees more than $2 trillion in deficit reduction. It's an important first step to ensuring that as a nation we live within our means. Yet it also allows us to keep making key investments in things like education and research that lead to new jobs, and assures that we're not cutting too abruptly while the economy is still fragile. This is, however, just the first step. This compromise requires that both parties work together on a larger plan to cut the deficit, which is important for the long-term health of our economy. And since you can't close the deficit with just spending cuts, we'll need a balanced approach where everything's on the table. Yes, that means making some adjustments to protect health care programs like Medicare so they're there for future generations. It also means reforming our tax code so that the wealthiest Americans and biggest corporations pay their fair share. And it means getting rid of taxpayer subsidies to oil and gas companies and tax loopholes that help billionaires pay a lower tax rate than teachers and nurses. I've said it before, I will say it again, we can't balance the budget on the backs of the very people who have borne the biggest brunt of this recession. Everyone's going to have to chip in. That's only fair. That's the principle I'll be fighting for during the next phase of this process. And in the coming months, I'll continue also to fight for what the American people care most about: new jobs, higher wages, and faster economic growth. In the last few months, the economy's already had to absorb an earthquake in Japan, the economic headwinds coming from Europe, the Arab Spring, and the rise in oil prices, all of which have been very challenging for the recovery. But these are things we couldn't control. Our economy didn't need Washington to come along with a manufactured crisis to make things worse. That was in our hands. It's pretty likely that the uncertainty surrounding the raising of the debt ceiling for both businesses and consumers has been unsettling and just one more impediment to the full recovery that we need. And it was something that we could have avoided entirely. And while we're on the topic of infrastructure, there's another stalemate in Congress right now involving our aviation industry, which has stalled airport construction projects all around the country and put the jobs of tens of thousands of construction workers and others at risk because of politics. It's another Washington-inflicted wound on America, and Congress needs to break that impasse now, hopefully before the Senate adjourns, so these folks can get back to work.
I'm a friend of Sarah Connor. I was told that she's here.
Was soll das heißen? Sie können Fegelein nicht finden. Dann suchen Sie ihn hin. Ich will Fegelein sehen, sofort! Wenn er sich ohne Befehl entfernt hat, ist das Fahnenflucht. Verrat! Bringen Sie mir Fegelein! 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 Fegelein!
I'll be back. Fuck you, asshole.
I don't care how free you think you are and what you can do. You do something this government doesn't want, they'll plant dope on you, they'll find something in your hotel room, they will do something and you'll be taken off, or like usually if you're a researcher, you'll just disappear and no one will know where you are and nobody wants to talk about it. I'm saying we better wake up and find out we're in trouble.
Her little pastime was calling up, supposedly filling the sky with UFOs and watching everybody's excitement. And some of the most outstanding sightings were in the early 70s in Ohio. And she used to laugh about it because she'd be standing in a circle out in the field somewhere calling up demons. And that's all they were angels of light playing games in the sky. Remember, a demon, get the little spooky picture. There are a fallen angel, an unclean spirit. They can assume any form or go into anything. But they can assume forms including spacemen or solid objects like flying saucers or so on. That's why when they appear on the radar scope and a jet gets up there, they vanish right in front of the palisade because they're nothing but a spirit.
And then, of course, there are plans to create a mock alien invasion. I have talked briefly on the radio for Prophecy Club about the flying saucers. Somebody very high up in the New World Order who was brought to Christ by a close friend of mine has talked about piloting the flying saucers. Yes, the United States government has flying saucers. He considered that the beings that were co-piloting these flying saucers were aliens. He took a second look and realized these were demons. I could go on. The bottom line is I have concluded that there are no good aliens. The aliens are demons, and we've got a mixture going on of demons and flesh and blood, and we've also got other genetic experiments. I'm just giving you a tiny sampling of how sophisticated this programming really is. Satan has really outdone himself, and they have a program for infiltrating the churches. And anyone who is a Christian minister is going to be singled out and targeted. And anyone who is a Christian minister is going to be singled out and targeted.
Basically, the consensus of opinion of these guys is there are two kinds of UFOs. There are top secret government craft, and there are satanic manifestations, demonic, okay?
Now, I have since come to believe that the extraterrestrial portion of all of this is nonsense, but that the technology is real. I believe that many of us were shown these documents over the years so that later we would talk about it. I mean, how can you keep the existence of extraterrestrials, if they were real, a secret? And how could anyone keep quiet knowing that they had seen documentation, official government documents labeled top secret, that expressed that these extraterrestrials were real and had visited this earth? I wanted to know just how true all of this was, and I began a program of research to find out if extraterrestrials were real. What I discovered was amazing. What I discovered, ladies and gentlemen, is that there has been a plan in existence since about 1917, and probably before that, to create an artificial extraterrestrial threat to this earth in order to create a one-world totalitarian socialist government. Experiments have been proposed to test the credibility of an out-of-our-world invasion threat. And it continues on another page. Nevertheless, an effective political substitute for war would require alternate enemies, some of which might seem equally far-fetched in the context of the current war system. It may be, for instance, that gross pollution of the environment can eventually replace the possibility of mass destruction by nuclear weapons as the principal substitute for war. Are you beginning to get the message, folks?
I know for a fact that the plan is to make all of us feel totally helpless, that what's happening is beyond our realm to affect because we've been taken over by aliens, that our Independence Day is dawning. So beware of that. Understand that those criminals have been keeping information and technology from us under their blanket of national security. They are 25 years ahead of us at least, technologically. Can you imagine what they've got now?
The logo of the X-Files is "The truth is out there." The truth is out there. I'm going to paraphrase. The truth is in here.
We are here today to disclose the truth about a subject that has been ridiculed and questioned, denied for at least 50 years. The men and women who are on this stage and the some 350 additional military intelligence witnesses to the so-called UFO matter and extraterrestrial intelligence can prove and will prove that we are not alone.
America's fight to promote democracy abroad looks like this. Images like this get applauded. But a similar uprising within the U.S. turns into a crackdown on that same democratic will. Is the U.S. now in a war on its own territory against its own people?
Section 1021 essentially codifies into law the very dubious claim of presidential authority under 2001 authorization for the use of military force to indefinitely detain American citizens without access to legal representation or due process of law. Section 1021 provides for the possibility of the U.S. military acting as a kind of police force on U.S. soil, apprehending terror suspects, including Americans, and whisking them off to an undisclosed location indefinitely. No right to attorney, no right to trial, no day in court.
Enhanced cooperation between law enforcement and the intelligence community, not military action or not giving up our liberty at home, is the key to thwarting international terrorism. We should not have to sacrifice our liberty to be safe.
About? Well, there it is on screen right there. Exclusive government activating FEMA camps across America, across the United States.
Not too long ago, I talked with Dale Bohannon, whom I've known since, I guess, the mid-1980s. And he told me something very interesting that he found back in the fall of 2000 while he was on a business trip. Listen to this, folks.
I was pulled to the side road, which was a new cut gravel dirt road in front of a business, a builder supply business, actually top-notch builder supply in Madison, Georgia. To my right, this was a previously was a soybean field, and this little new cut road divided this field, and the right side of the road was filled with which I thought was portable toilets. I never looked at them that close. Same in color, maybe black, but which was an odd color. And I was sitting there going over my notes, and a van pulled alongside of me that turned out to be the property owner. And he greeted me, and he was by himself, and so we had a good little dialogue there, and I asked him about the field of black boxes. What were they? Because I'd never seen anything like that, and his statement was that if he told me, I would be one of few people in Madison, Georgia that knew about them. And he says they're disposable coffins, I believe he told me. And he says there's 100, at that time he said there was 125,000 there. And they were stacked, he told me 15 high. I asked him who owned them, and he stated that the CDC owned them and that they were leasing the land, leasing his land for storage. And he said his brother worked with the CDC in Atlanta and had been asked by the CDC to do a 3-year extension to place temporary morgues all across the nation.
So in January of this year, 2005, we decided to drive to beautiful Madison, Georgia and take a look for ourselves. It was on a Sunday and no one was around, with the exception of this one pickup truck that was coming out the narrow road that we were going in on next to this field. We flagged down the pickup truck, and it was providential that the driver of this pickup truck turned out to be the son of the man that owned this field. So naturally we started asking him questions, and he told us that not long ago there had been as many as 500,000 of these grave liners or disposable coffins. We asked him for permission if we could look around, and he said yes, so we did.
We're just getting an idea for the size of these boxes. What could these boxes be used for? Well, they're called casket liners. And that's an interesting term, isn't it? It's a casket liner. When I first heard the term casket liner, I thought perhaps a lining for a casket. But this is too big to be on the inside of a casket. So certainly this could be used as a casket. This is an inexpensive casket. And you can see the size here. There's lots of room. I think my friends here, we could all probably get inside, and it might be a little cozy, but we'd fit just fine. Which tells me that these liners can be used for more than just one. And one more time, what kind of liners are these?
Casket liners.
These are casket liners.
That's what the man said.
That's what the man told us. And we're told that there are about, well, there were about 500,000 out here.
Later, as I went back to my home office, I spoke of it there, and of course people usually don't want to hear too much about this kind of thing. So it's never been mentioned, you know, publicly, except just here and there, because most, like I said, the reaction I got, people didn't want to know about it, the few people that I spoke to, and so I just dropped it. And till I went to a luncheon, a fundraiser for Representative Saxby Chambliss. He was running for his second term for the U.S. House of Representatives, and it was a crowd, probably 100, maybe 150. It was congressmen, senators, state senators, and mayors, There was one table we probably had 2 3-star generals and a couple of 1-star with their spouses. So it was a real high-powered meeting. But the keynote speaker was a congressman, and I don't remember his name. He'd just been in the House for a long time, and he was the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. And so he just spoke in behalf of Representative Chambliss and the importance of having him on board to be reelected due to our threats. But it had to do with the nuclear devices that was missing from the old Soviet Union, and it had gotten into terrorist hands, and it was, the emphasis was on the critical state that we face in this country, and he said we could lose tens of millions of people in the next decade, and he used those terms, due to a nuclear strike on U.S. soil. And I was sitting there, and it became very clear to me that that could very well explain why just weeks, I mean, could be 2 to 3 weeks prior to that meeting, that I had stumbled upon these, at that time, 125,000 disposable liners or caskets or coffins or whatever they could be termed as in that soybean field in Madison, Georgia.
Did you catch what he said, friends? At this high-powered meeting, it was in Perry, Georgia, near Robins Air Force Base, the largest employer in the state of Georgia, Robins Air Force Base. The chairman of the Armed Services Committee was the keynote speaker. The chairman of the Armed Services Committee, whoever that may be, used to be Sam Nunn of Georgia, from the district I was born and raised in. Whoever that chairman is generally one of the most powerful men in Washington. And I can't remember the chairman's name at that time myself, but he said, this was in the year 2000, I believe, that in the next 10 years, possibly due to nuclear strikes, tens of millions of people could lose their lives. And we've just read what our prophet said. Now, what we've just seen is one United States city outside, this is Atlanta, it has a metropolitan population area of roughly 4 million people. So this is one field outside of one U.S. city, and the brother of the man that owns this field, that the government is leasing this field from to store these disposable coffins, this brother was given 3 years to set up temporary morgues around the country. Now, we found the website that we think these disposable coffins were made at, and we noticed that the lids that they're advertising on the website were rounded. But the lids, hundreds of thousands of lids there, the lids we found, folks, were flat, and they were reinforced. You know what that could mean? You can stack them on top of each other. That's a lot neater to stack them in disposable coffins than what we saw after the tsunami, when we would see bulldozers digging holes and taking bodies and pushing bodies into holes. America can stomach this much better.
This is Sky News with Paula Middlehurst.
Well, there have been extraordinary scenes in Berlin tonight as thousands of people gathered to hear Barack Obama deliver key foreign policy speech on his current European tour. The Democratic presidential hopeful laid out his vision for America's place in a new world order, saying he was speaking as a proud citizen of the United States and a fellow citizen of the world. Well, Senator Obama's tackled America's place in the world at several points in his speech, acknowledging recent splits between the US and the rest of the international community.
In Europe, the view that America is part of what has gone wrong in our world, rather than a force to help us make it right, has become all too common. Yes, there have been differences between America and Europe, No doubt there will be differences in the future, but the burdens of global citizenship continue to bind us together. A change of leadership in Washington will not lift this burden. In this new century, Americans and Europeans alike will be required to do more, not less. Partnership and cooperation among nations is not a choice. It is the only way, the one way, to protect our common security and advance our common humanity.
But we begin tonight with a tale of two speeches, both from the same man, both from President Obama. One speech that could have been billed as a ballad to the Constitution, a proclamation of American values, a repudiation of the lawless behavior of the last presidential administration, and another speech announcing a radical new claim of presidential power that is not afforded by the Constitution and that has never been attempted in American history, even by George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Remarkably, President Obama today made both of those speeches simultaneously. Standing inside the National Archives in front of the actual original Constitution, President Obama delivered a blistering critique of the Bush administration, in which he called their actions and their legacy literally a mess.
Our government made a series of hasty decisions. Poorly planned, haphazard approach. Too often, we set those principles aside as luxuries that we could no longer afford. Our government made decisions based on fear rather than foresight. The decisions that were made over the last 8 years established an ad hoc legal approach for fighting terrorism that was neither effective nor sustainable.
An ad hoc legal approach for fighting terrorism that was neither effective nor sustainable. Ouch. Then, moments later, he announced his own ad hoc legal approach for fighting terrorism. President Obama today proposed something new, something called prolonged detention. Doesn't sound that bad, right? Prolonged detention. Did you ever see the movie Minority Report? It was based on a Philip K. Dick short story. Came out in 2002. It starred Tom Cruise, remember? He played a police officer in something called the Department of Pre-Crime. Pre-crime is where people are arrested and incarcerated to prevent crimes that they have not yet committed.
Mr. Marks, by mandate of the District of Columbia Pre-Crime Division, I'm placing you under arrest for the future murder of Sarah Marks and Donald Dubinos. Take place today, April 22nd, at 0800 hours, 4 minutes. No, I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything, but you're gonna. Future murder. Creepy, right? Putting somebody in jail not for what they've done, but for what you're very sure they're going to do?
There may be a number of people who cannot be prosecuted for past crimes. In some cases because evidence may be tainted, but who nonetheless pose a threat to the security of the United States.
We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
Al-Qaeda terrorists and their affiliates are at war with the United States, and those that we capture, like other prisoners of war, must be prevented from attacking us again.
Prevented. We will incarcerate people preventively. Preventive incarceration. Indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. That's what President Obama proposed today, if you strip away the euphemisms. One civil liberties advocate told the New York Times today, quote, "We've known this was on the horizon for many years, but we were able to hold it off with George Bush. The idea that we might find ourselves fighting with the Obama administration over these powers is really stunning." And it is stunning, particularly to hear President Obama claim the power to keep people in prison indefinitely with no charges against them, no conviction, no sentence, just imprisonment. It's particularly stunning to hear him make that claim in the middle of a speech that was all about the rule of law.
But we must do so with an abiding confidence in the rule of law. Our government was defending positions that undermine the rule of law to ensure that they are in line with the rule of law.
How can a president speak the kind of poetry that President Obama does about the rule of law and call for the power to indefinitely, preventively imprison people because they might commit crimes in the future? How can those two things coexist in the same man, even in the same speech? Well, that brings us to the self-consciously awkward, embarrassing part of this speech today. After condemning the Bush administration for what he called their ad hoc legal strategy for trying to make things seem legal that patently weren't, this is what President Obama proposed.
My administration has begun to reshape the standards that apply to ensure that they are in line with the rule of law. We must have clear, defensible, and lawful standards for those who fall into this category. We must have a thorough process of periodic review so that any prolonged detention is carefully evaluated and justified. Our goal is to construct a legitimate legal framework for the remaining Guantanamo detainees that cannot be transferred. Our goal is not to avoid a legitimate legal framework. In our constitutional system, prolonged detention should not be the decision of any one man. If and when we determine that the United States must hold individuals to keep them from carrying out an act of war, we will do so within a system that involves judicial and congressional oversight. And so going forward, my administration will work with Congress to develop an appropriate legal regime so that our efforts are consistent with our values and our Constitution.
You'll construct a legal regime to make indefinite detention legal. You will, what does he say? Develop an appropriate legal regime. So you can construct a whole new system outside the courts, even outside the military commissions, so that you can indefinitely imprison people without charges. And you'll build that system from scratch. What's that somebody said about ad hoc legal strategies? Just for context here, in the United Kingdom, where there isn't even a Bill of Rights, there's been a major debate about whether people can be held in preventive detention. Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair wanted 3 months to be the outer limit for how long anyone could be held. There was a big political fight about it. Parliament ended up limiting that power to 28 days. 28 days is still the longest period of preventive detention that's allowed under law in any comparable democracy anywhere in the world. How long would President Obama's proposed preventive indefinite detention last? Well, he's not saying yet, but here's how he defines the threat that he says makes indefinite detention necessary.
Right now in distant training camps and in crowded cities, there are people plotting to take American lives. That will be the case a year from now, 5 years from now, and in all probability 10 years from now.
10 years from now. So you could get arrested today and locked up without a trial, without being convicted, without being sentenced for, say, 10 years until the threat of your future criminal behavior passes. Prolonged detention, he's calling it. This was a beautiful speech from President Obama today with patriotic, moving, even poetic language about the rule of law and the Constitution, and one of the most radical proposals for defying the Constitution that we have ever heard made to the American people.
Government of the people, government of the people, for the people, by the people.
Imagine if your family was awakened in the middle of the night by a team of federal officers. Well, that's exactly what
President Barack Obama, under the cloak of little attention, signed the National Defense Authorization Act (NDAA) into law on New Year's Eve. The NDAA is against all that is written in the Constitution of the United States. The NDAA effectively revokes the democratic right, habeas corpus, which prevents arbitrary imprisonment of individuals by the government by requiring that the government present evidence to a judge or court to justify taking a person into custody. The provisions included in the 2012 NDAA allows for American citizens suspected of terrorism to be indefinitely detained in military custody without charge or trial. The bill goes far beyond terrorists linked to the 9/11 attacks, to include anyone defined by the president as engaged in hostilities against the United States or its coalition partners. Under the new law, the President of the United States can designate any American citizen, if desired, to be arrested and detained for life by the U.S. military. This means that it could include domestic opponents of U.S. military action and/or the U.S. government, including opponents of any war or even the Occupy Wall Street protesters. The Occupy movements have horrified politicians, especially the public uprising at Wall Street. The original indefinite detention proposal came from United States Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is chairwoman of the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The irony in all of this is that Senator Dianne Feinstein's husband is a war profiteering banker. The type of individual the Occupy Wall Street movement is targeting. Richard C. Blum, husband of Senator Dianne Feinstein, is the majority shareholder of URS Corporation that has interest in the construction of military installations in Iraq, Afghanistan and the United States, including homeland security contracts, training military personnel, manufacturing weapons components, and managing installations. The Center for Public Integrity has reported that U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein and her husband, Richard Blum, are making millions of dollars from Iraq and Afghanistan contracts through his company. Feinstein voted for the resolution giving President George W. Bush the authority to invade Iraq and now the indefinite detention bill that was signed by President Obama. It is obvious that a quid pro quo relationship exists between Dianne Feinstein's legislation proposals to government in exchange for contracts. Far left is Richard C. Blum, First Lady Michelle Obama, Dianne Feinstein at President Obama's inauguration. There is a power working behind the scenes to strip citizens of their liberties and have absolute control over the world. Whatever your views on who was behind 9/11, it is impossible to deny that the United States is well on its way to becoming a police state. But who is this power? The Indefinite Detention Act is an extension of the Patriot Act. The mastermind who crafted this piece of insidious legislation is Roman Catholic Jesuit Professor Viet Dinh of Georgetown University of Law School. The Jesuits and their agents have one goal and one goal only, and that is world domination. The Jesuit order aims to destroy America along with its principles, the secrets of her prosperity, republicanism and Protestantism. History reveals that when Catholicism gains ascendancy, totalitarianism and fascism prevail and liberty on conscience is stamped out. President Barack Obama was groomed by the Jesuits. Let's have a look at Obama's Roman Catholic Jesuit connections. Now most people know that Barack Obama worked extensively in community organizing in the 1980s. But what is not so well known is that this community organizing was done when Obama was hired by a lay Catholic minister, Jerry Kellman, as lead organizer for a Chicago organization called the Developing Communities Project, funded by Southside Catholic churches. Obama's mentor Gregory Galuzzo was a Jesuit priest. Obama's Jesuit-trained ethics professor speechwriter John Favreau was educated at Jesuit Holy Cross College. Obama's senior military and policy advisor Major General J. Scott Gratian is Jesuit-trained at Georgetown University. Obama's communication director Dan Pfeiffer is Jesuit-trained at Georgetown University as well. Leon Panetta was handpicked by Obama for CIA director in 2009 but now has been given the job of Secretary of Defense. Leon Panetta is a product of Santa Clara Jesuit University. Obama chose Jesuit-controlled Joe Biden as vice president. Here is President Obama receiving an honorary degree at Jesuit Notre Dame University. The Indefinite Detention Bill provides $662 billion for the U.S. military and even authorizes the U.S. military to seize individuals anywhere in the world and hold them in a military detention facility indefinitely, without a trial or any other legal recourse. By making this the law of the land, President Obama has provided himself and any other presidents to follow the right to indefinitely detain any American citizen in the future just by the arbitrary position of the executive branch. He has just implemented a de facto police state similar to those observed historically in fascist and totalitarian regimes globally. This legislation suggests that certain liberties and freedoms must be sacrificed in the name of protecting the country from further terrorist attacks. The NDAA is more of a threat to our freedom and our rights than any terrorist ever can or will be. Make no mistake, the Indefinite Detention Bill is a war on the United States Constitution. The Roman Catholic assault on the U.S. Constitution is as follows. The Jesuit-led decimation of the Sixth Amendment trial by jury by indefinite detention. Director of the National Security Agency and ex-CIA Director Michael Hayden, who was Jesuit-trained at DuQuoin University, tried his best to dismantle the Fourth Amendment, protection from unreasonable search and seizure by spying on U.S. citizens.
My understanding is that the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution specifies that you must have probable cause to be able to do a search that does not violate an American's right against unlawful searches and seizures.
Actually, the Fourth Amendment actually protects all of us against unreasonable search and seizure.
But
that's what it says.
The measure is probable cause, I believe.
The amendment says unreasonable search and seizure.
But does it not say probable? The court standard, the legal standard, the legal standard is probable cause. General legal standard is probable cause. General legal standard is probable cause. General, the terms just a few minutes ago, we reasonably believe. And a FISA court, my understanding is, would not give you a warrant if you went before them and say, we reasonably believe. You have to go to the FISA court, or the Attorney General has to go to the FISA court and say, we have probable cause. And so what many people believe, and I'd like you to respond to this, is that what you've actually done is crafted a detour around the FISA court by creating a new standard of reasonably believe in place of probable cause, because the FISA court will not give you a warrant based on reasonable belief. You have to show a probable cause. Could you respond to that, please?
Sure. I didn't craft the authorization. I am responding to a lawful order. Right? The Attorney General has averred to the lawfulness of the order.
Yes, the Vatican has declared war on the U.S. Constitution and U.S. citizens. The Jesuits, who are a steadily military Roman Catholic order, have been patiently increasing their death grip on the United States of America. The next amendment on the Jesuit hit list is the Second Amendment, right to keep and bear arms. Michael Quigley is member of the U.S. House of Representatives and Jesuit trained at Loyola University. In May 2011, Representative Quigley sponsored an amendment to the Patriot Act prohibiting the sale of weapons from those on the FBI's terrorist watch list. Representative Quigley believed that the Republican limitation of civil liberties under the Patriot Act contradicted their unwillingness to limit Second Amendment rights. This bill, proposed as an amendment to the Patriot Act, came under fire from House Republicans representatives James Sussenbrenner Jr. of Wisconsin and Louis Gohmert of Texas, who argued that this would infringe on the Second Amendment rights of those mistakenly placed on the terrorist watch list. Catholic Campaign for America is another organization that is wanting to establish a Sunday law. Enforcing a Sunday law strikes at the very heart of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is as follows: Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. You may ask yourself, what is wrong with the Sunday law in a Christian country? Well, the fact of the matter is that Sunday keeping is a child of the papacy and cannot be found anywhere in the Holy Bible. The origin of the first day of the week, Sunday, is steeped in paganism, namely sun worship. Jesus Christ, his disciples and future Christians kept the true Sabbath, Saturday, the seventh day of the week. But in 321 AD, God's holy day was changed by Emperor Constantine. This is the biggest conspiracy of all time. You should research this matter immediately. The United States government will enforce a Sunday law known as the Mark of the Beast. This action is on the cards as the Christian Coalition held a meeting in March 2008 under the security of the Roman Catholic infiltrated National Security Agency. This video has shown you who is behind the destruction of the United States Constitution. You have seen how America is now a virtual Roman Catholic police state. Now hear this. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear God, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven, and earth, and the sea, and the fountains of waters. And there followed another angel, saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead, or in his hand. Revelation chapter 14 verse 6 to 12.
We'd like to welcome you back to our current event and weekly Bible study for July 17, 2011. This is part 3 of our teaching on the amping up of things leading into the UFO alien disclosure. Most likely what I'm going to do this week is record as much as I can record on my recorder, which is about 4 hours and 17 minutes. And whatever I don't finish, I'll probably end up putting up 4 parts this week. I'm going to be out of town next week, and then we'll continue this the week after that, Lord willing. And then I'll probably, at that point, well, we'll see where we're at. It depends if we have a lot of breaking current events, or I'll continue the hidden Luciferian teachings after that. But I don't think I'm going to get through all 30 pages of this today, because I'm only on page 12, and more than halfway through the teaching. Just sometimes it depends on the teachings. It requires more time to cover things. Next article is Scientists Urge UN to Prepare for Alien Invasion. Let's see here. Scientists are saying that the aliens may not be friendly and we need to prepare. The scientists' comments are from the Physiological Transactions of the Royal Society. Now again, I'm giving you a lot of different various high-level organizations that are all also putting their stamp of approval and endorsing and throwing their hat in the ring regarding this whole alien UFO subject here. So in this particular aspect, it's the scientists' comments are from the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. They discuss the biology and anatomy aspects as well as how religion would be affected worldwide. Professor John Zarnecki of the Open University and Dr. Martin Dominic of the University of St. Andrews agree that chaos can be avoided if there is a global cooperation in forming an international political body to head up the job. They agree that a body already exists within the UN. The committee, it's called the Committee of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Last year there was talk in the news about an ambassador being appointed for alien contact within the United Nations, and I reported on that. So the United Nations at this point, I do believe, has an ambassador, supposedly is when, whether it's motherships appearing or whatever, over large cities, they have their own ambassador that will be the one that will actually go and be the delegate for the world regarding our interaction with these devils. Simon Conway Morris of Cambridge University asserts that alien worlds could have violent tendencies. Ted Peters, professor of systematic theology, thinks major world religions would collapse if the world came in contact with aliens. And again, this is why I've done so many teachings on this subject. Because I don't want your faith to waver or collapse as a result of this demonic deception. And God doesn't want it to either. So he wrote, this guy that said the world religions would collapse if the world came in contact with aliens, he wrote, quote, because our religious traditions formulated their key beliefs within an ancient world dogmas, he believes that religion would have to expand and include aliens as part of God's creation. Well, that's exactly what the Catholic Church is openly saying. And they're saying we would embrace it. In fact, we'll even baptize you. Maybe you could have some of those gray aliens wearing like the Pope's mitre. That Dagon hat he wears. I don't know. Dress them up in some robes and stuff like that, vestments. Maybe they could burn some incense. I don't know. Anyway, Matthew 24:7 Matthew 7:24 through 27 says, and again, I said this, but let me say this whole verse in totality, these whole set of verses in totality, because this guy's saying that this Ted Peters, professor of systematic theology, thinks major world religions would collapse if the world came in contact with aliens. Matthew 7:24 through 27 says, "Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them, I will liken unto a wise man, which hath built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock." Well, let me tell you something. A lot of the stuff that we're talking about, in a lot of these teachings, like today, and many other various things that we talk about, is, in essence, the rain that's descending, the floods that are coming, the winds that are starting to blow, that are beating upon your house. Okay? "And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it." So let's go further. Back to this article, it says, "I believe the governments are preparing to tell the masses that they are to be invaded by aliens, and that the world must come together as one as we learn how to adjust to this new reality." Remember, just recently, NASA said they could prove alien life forms exist on Earth. They could prove it. And there's even a little link here to that, where they said that. The Vatican, and again, there's a lot of different links that are in the PDF that you can click on if you want to explore further as far as the source of what we're talking about here. The Vatican has told its members that aliens most likely exist, and that Catholics can believe in them. Their chief astronomer has stated that aliens may not need redemption, and as they may not have original sin. Oh no, they're sinless. That's why when these people get abducted, they perform the most wicked, sadistic experiments on people without anesthesia. It's because they have no sin. They're so puritanical, you know. Then he goes on to say, he said we should consider aliens our brothers and sisters. And the guy goes on to say, "What? Please stop the train and let me off." The chief astronomer also said that we should baptize aliens, and that no matter how many tentacles they have, they may have souls. He used that exact phrase, how many tentacles they have. They may have souls. Huh. Jesus Christ did not come to this earth and die, pay the sin debt of all mankind, and also pay the sin debt for fallen angels and demons and devils. Okay, he did that for mankind. He didn't do it for the supposed aliens or devils or demons. They've had their chance. You know, they've had their chance. Of course, you get into demons, and that's a whole other can of worms. Okay, with that particular thing, because I've taught, and many others have taught, that they were actually the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, okay, that were in Genesis 6, and also, I guess you could say the Promised Land, when they came in and they battled giants and these types of things. Anyway, that's a whole other subject I've done many teachings on. But this is what the Vatican is saying, that these aliens may not need redemption, they may not have original sin, and we should consider them our brothers and sisters, and that they would baptize them, no matter how many tentacles they may have. I mean, how sickening. How totally sickening. This goes on to say, I believe the Vatican is ahead of the curve on everything alien. They know there will be disclosure, and is slowly acclimating the public by coming out making these statements over the past few years. I believe the whole alien agenda will somehow be used to try to collapse Christianity and reduce Christ to an invention of the aliens. Aliens contacting Earth will bring new technology to save the environment, and Bible-believing Christians will interfere with, quote, the evolution of man and Earth, and us going into, most likely, the New World Order. This, of course, is only my opinion on where all this could go. This is the man writing the article. I know one thing, aliens are demonic. They are not some outer space phenomenon, but they're the demonic entities on assignment from Satan. Some say they are the Nephilim discussed in Genesis 6. And let's just read some of that. And I know this is redundant from some of the things I've done before, but Genesis 6:1 says, "And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives, of which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. And there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men," meaning they had sex with the daughters of men, "and they bare children to them," who? The women that they had procreated with. "And they bare children unto them, the same became the men, the mighty men which were of old, men of renown, which were the giants, which were the earth in those days." And that word giants is translated Nephilim, or meaning the fallen ones. They were hybrids. Okay? And God saw the wickedness of man. I mean, this is the fruit of this hybrid experiment. Okay? What was the fruit? "And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth." In other words, it corrupted the whole earth. This little fallen angelic science project that these fallen angels embarked on. God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of his thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Not really a good endorsement for fallen angels procreating with women. So the devil wants to control the earth and wants to be worshipped, and he is in the process of setting up his copycat kingdom. Ephesians 6:12 and 13, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand." That's the solution. If there is breaking news that aliens are invading the earth, know that they are not our brothers and sisters, and that come to deceive and that they come to deceive and confuse the minds of men. They come to deny the one true God and His Word, and want nothing more than to drag as many people as they can to hell with them. Okay, so that's the end of that particular article. This is a letter Steve Quayle got that I saw recently, and from July 5th, 2011. You know, you can take this with a grain of salt. But I'm going to broach some subjects today I haven't really broached before. And obviously I get into probably some of the most radical content I think of any, I guess, person that would call themselves a born-again, Bible-believing Christian. I just haven't seen any of this. I really haven't seen anything but confirmation regarding the information we tend to get into on a week-by-week basis. What I'm trying to do is equip people for potential case scenarios, not saying and being dogmatic that it absolutely has to go down in this exact way. The Lord Jesus Christ is on the throne, ever seated at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. He ever maketh intercession for the saints, and He is in control. So Satan might have an agenda and might have a plan. It might have been something that we covered that never actually comes to fruition. Well, praise the Lord Jesus Christ. And a lot of times I get into these subjects so that people, and this is always a motivator, so that people that are not aware of these things can pray about a certain thing that they might not have known to ever prayed about. And Satan loves that, because if he can keep us in the dark about things and there's no prayer going up regarding specific issues, then typically he's going to be able to carry out whatever he wants to carry out without any opposition from the remnant or the saints of God. So, saying that, this is a letter Steve Quayle got, is entitled For Your Discernment. He says, "My daughter, almost 7 years old, named Victoria, had a dream. She was with the Lord this Sunday, June 26th. And this was this last June. She saw millions of alien ships around the earth." Now, again, you could say, oh, come on. Whoa, this is exactly what Hollywood is portraying over and over and over and over again. They've got billions invested in this exact propaganda. Who controls Hollywood? Who's at the top of the food chain? Satan. I mean, you could say, okay, Satan and his fallen angels rule over the Illuminati, the 13 families that essentially control the earth. Who do you think has the money that controls Hollywood? Is it born-again, Bible-believing Christians? No. They've got billions invested in this exact same scenario. So, it's a possibility. Okay? She saw millions of alien ships around the earth, circular-shaped. Victoria was told in the dream these aliens will lie to get people in their ships. She was made to understand by the Lord that in no way should these ships be entered. What is the whole thing with the V series? They're trying to get people up into the ships. Oh, come take a ship. We're going to give you a little tour of the ship. Now, I'm sure that's a very common scenario in a lot of these things. Most of them I don't ever have a chance to watch or view or anything else. We'll go up on YouTube and watch trailers and things like that and get a kind of an idea of what's going on. But I know that's also a common scenario. So she was made to understand by the Lord that in no way should these ships ever, ever, ever be entered. Okay, I think that kind of goes without saying. I mean, based on this study. The aliens are liars. She was shown the weapons inside the ships, and after humans enter the alien ships, these weapons will then be used to kill the humans. She was shown that many people around the world entering the alien ships, and once inside, the aliens ate the humans, flesh raw, and even drank their blood. Well, you could say, oh, now you're really going off the deep end. Do you think that that's not what Satan's ultimate agenda would be if he could do that? What do they do in the highest levels of Satanism and in pedophilia and in Luciferianism? Human sacrifice is the way they practice their religion. That's what they do. And the younger, the better, typically. And they will try to maximally traumatize little children and humans because these devils feed off your fear. Literally, it's like a vampiristic feeding of energy of your fear. I've read enough occult accounts to know that that's the case. So why would this be a stretch to believe if this happens? We're already doing it. They're already doing it in the highest levels of Satanism and Luciferianism and in other different religions. Most of these other cults, just so you know, like Hinduism, Buddhism, and whatever flavor of religion you're into, most of them at the top, the leaders of these religions have all been prepositioned there through the Illuminati. And most of them at the very, very top are all doing human sacrifice as well. That way they can have people who are the most depraved people at the very tops of their religion, and if the head is sick, the whole body will be sick. So even if there's well-meaning but highly deluded and misguided people underneath them, the hierarchy of these different and various religions are totally corrupted and most likely closet Satanists or Luciferians. I believe Fritz Springmeier wrote a whole book on that, Wise as Serpents, I think. You can find the link up on the internet. So, once people enter the ships, they will find out too late that they just entered the butcher shop and will be on the menu. I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, yeah, this is absolutely, definitely. But I'm going to at least put out the scenario. It lines up with what they already do in the Illuminati. It lines up with what you can look in the Bible and see regarding people that were sacrificing their children to Moloch and Chemosh. Child sacrifice. How's that any better than what we're talking about here? What do Satanists do? And what do Luciferians do at those high level? I mean, I've seen enough interviews to know they traumatize these people to the maximum extent, and then at the point of climax of the ceremony, they kill them And there's so much adrenaline in their blood, they actually get this high that I'm not saying the person was feeling, but they actually get from the adrenaline in the blood that they're drinking, they actually get a rush off that. I've heard some say that at the point of trauma, some of them will have needles that they'll put in the back of, there's a certain point they can go into and extract a hormone called adrenochrome. And it's like the ultimate drug or whatever. But it can only be induced through maximum terror and trauma. This is how sick many people are. And if you don't believe that, just listen to my teaching on pedophilia, where I talk a lot about Walt Disney and the worldwide pedophilia, child pornography stuff that's going on worldwide. I really didn't like doing that teaching. But it was truth. And it was long. And it was drawn out. And it was not fun. But if you don't know about it, how would you ever know to pray about it? I mean, there is some things going on in this world that you can't even comprehend the sickness of it. And this whole alien thing is just one more step toward that. They're already doing it. They're defiling humanity. And we're going to talk about that more. Now, this little scenario that we just read from the account of this little girl, what else does this kind of line up with? Well, let's look at the book of Enoch, chapter 7. Now, I'm not saying this is scripture. I'm using it as a commentary. That's all I'm using this for. Okay? And so, the book of Enoch, chapter 7, and all the others, meaning the fallen angels, together with them, took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in and unto them, and to defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms. Now, doesn't that sound a lot like Genesis 6? I mean, a lot of that. And enchantments and cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. Now this, a lot of what they're talking about here, is that these fallen angels taught their wives witchcraft. You know how, like, you see a witch around a cauldron, Eye of Newton, whatever they put in the pot? Well, this is what we're talking about here, these enchantments, the cutting of roots, made them acquainted with plants. And then it goes on to say, and they became pregnant, the women that the fallen angels had procreating with, and they bare them great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, which we really don't know what unit of measurement that is. And then let's listen to this. Who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, meaning these giants were gigantic. That's why they call them giants. Well, these guys could put away the food. Okay? I mean, you're not going to feed them a Hungry Man TV dinner and expect them to be satisfied. You know what I mean? When men could no longer sustain them with the crops and the cattle and whatever else we were trying to raise, because we were subject to them, man put himself in subjection to these giants because they were obviously intimidated by them, I would imagine. When men could no longer sustain them, meaning the giants turned against them, meaning mankind, and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against the birds and the beasts and the reptiles and the fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. So that's how Enoch describes this. Now, I'm sorry, but all that does is confirm the Bible to me. I understand there's some questionable things in Enoch. I'm not calling it canon of Scripture. I'm calling it a commentary. And there's only one book of Enoch, because there's many flavors of that out there. And it's the one that a Baptist publishing company put out. And it has all of the places where it parallels the King James Bible. It has cross-references there. It's like particularly the starting chapters are an expansion of Genesis 6. Isn't that kind of funny? It says that when man could no longer sustain them, and they began to sin against the birds and the beasts and the reptiles and the fish, too. I haven't mentioned that. Well, what are they doing? What are our scientists doing? And who knows who else to the animals, the fish, the birds, all this GMO crops. They're sinning against nature. They're creating these hybrid chimeras where you're combining DNA of one animal with DNA of another, and you're making all of these sickening hybrid creatures out there, all for the sake of science. You're combining humans with animal. I mean, that whole show that came out recently, Splice, was like this. I don't know what it was, a combination of a human something. All this transhumanism stuff, this is another area where Hollywood is deeply invested in brainwashing us. And not only that, but this is happening in laboratories all over the world, and guaranteed in dark projects underneath the ground that we don't even know about, that different governments are running. We have no clue what type of things are going on regarding experimentation on humans and then other species. Not to mention the whole alien abduction scenario, which is totally obsessed with the reproductive system of humans. Well, that's what they did in the days of Noah. They defiled the seed of mankind to try to prevent the Redeemer of mankind, Jesus Christ, from ever coming through that seed line. We'll talk about that in a little bit, that particular verse in Genesis 3:15. So isn't it funny here? And then it says, and then when they consume the acquisitions of men, they sin against the birds, the beasts, the reptiles, and the fish. And then to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Blood drinking is always involved in high-level Luciferian satanic stuff. And it's forbidden in the Bible, both Old and New Testament. It is a perpetual covenant. You're not supposed to drink the blood of any creature. Now, I talked about a little bit about the book of Enoch in 2 different teachings, listener question and answers, and also this subject of cloning, DNA manipulation, and corrupting the seed, which was the title of the study. I give you the link here, be on probably about page 14 or 15. Talk a little bit about Enoch, and I also talk about that subject, cloning, DNA manipulation, and corrupting the seed, which heavily relates to this subject that we're talking about right now. Jude 1:6 says, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, hath he reserved in everlasting chains under darkness, under the judgment of the great day. This is another verse that's talked about how these angels that kept not their first estate. What was their first estate? Heaven. That was their home. They left their habitation, though. He hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness, under the judgment of the great day. Now, where is that? That's Tartarus. That was the verse that we had talked about earlier. It's a special compartment of hell. It's only referred to one time, and it's in that other verse where it talks about these angels. And then the next verse, Jude 1:7. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication. See, the Bible here is comparing the fallen angels who came down in Genesis 6 and procreated with women to Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh. It's the same thing in God's eyes. Well, I mean, they're both total abominations, but it's the same thing. When a man burns after a man, he's going after strange flesh. When a woman burns after a woman, she's going after strange flesh. They're leaving the natural use of their body. Angels going after human women is the same thing. They're going after strange flesh. And going after strange flesh are set forth, for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. So that's more confirmation that these angels in Genesis 6 went after strange flesh. Because a lot of people say, oh no, it was the godly sons of Seth that came and procreated with women. That's what the cemeteries are teaching people. Because this subject scares them too much, I think. Oh, and people couldn't handle that. We want to keep our sheep nice and in the dark and diluted and dumbed down. Honestly, that's what I think. People aren't getting the truth. Not about this. The sons of Seth. If they were the godly sons of Seth, why did it reap such a wicked consequence? Why did it reap such a wicked consequence that God had to wipe the whole world out, save 8 people in the flood, if they were the godly sons of Seth of Genesis 6? Give me a break. Here we have 2 confirmations. The verse I gave earlier in here, where God hath reserved these angels in everlasting chains of darkness in Tartarus under the day of judgment. Why? Because they went after strange flesh, just like the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah did. Could the alien lies... Okay, then this goes back to this letter this man wrote in about his daughter's vision. Could the alien lies be spread worldwide by the United Nations astrophysicist Dr. Maslin Othman, who will act as our ambassador when humans make first contact with alien species? Whatever lie is told by these aliens should be ignored. People should seek the Holy Bible and Jesus while there's still time. Some theories about their lies are humans are a DNA test experiment and they are our creators. Well, that's the ancient astronaut theory. I already covered that. Number 2, the overpopulation excuse will be used to transport many humans to another world. That's another thing I haven't really mentioned, but that could be an excuse they use. And then 3, disasters are coming to Earth so that the aliens will help humans avoid these coming disasters by taking these humans to another place of safety. This would be a way that could get you aboard the mothership. In other words, an excuse per se. Whatever the lie is, these alien ships should never be entered if offered a look inside or just a joyride. It's like the old saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. So, that was that. Now, just to kind of reiterate that and to kind of see, well, have we seen any? Now, listen, I'm sure there's been many a movie and many a miniseries and many a book put out from the media or from New Age proponents or whatever confirming the scenario I just said, but the original V miniseries that was like back in the 80s, I found this clip from them, and I'm going to go ahead and play this so you can kind of get a little confirmation about what we just said. I kind of fast-forwarded through some of the intro because it's this long, drawn-out musical intro, but they start out by saying, and now prepare yourself for the final scene of V, the final battle. This is from the miniseries from NBC back in 1984, okay? But they're going to give you a little recap at the very beginning of it, and that's what I want you to kind of pay attention to. So I'm going to go ahead and roll this now.
A year ago, the visitors arrived. Now, their evil mission has been discovered. They are not here to promote interplanetary peace. The aliens are here to rob our planet of water at the rate of 1 million gallons per second. And they're here to export another commodity to their planet.
Processing plant. Shipping food.
Okay, what we're seeing here is a processing plant of these V visitor aliens, and they've got humans on a conveyor belt in these chambers, and they're food. That's what they're... Now, this is what Hollywood has been telegraphing for a long, long time.
Juliet Parrish and Mike Donovan lead a ragged troop of resistors who have tried to put an end to the visitors' mission. Most attempts have failed, but Donovan has found some aliens to be different. I want to help you. Martin, one of many alien turncoat rebels, schemed with the resistors to expose John.
So, in other words, then they tell the big lie about, you know, the alien turncoat rebels who are good and they're on our side, which is a total lie from the pit of hell. So, anyway, again, I'm not saying dogmatic, you know, I'm saying there's parallels here. There are some things that we can look at from the past. And, you know, to kind of confirm about what we're looking at here. Now, next article is entitled The Ghastly Truth About the Days of Noah. In this generation, there is a phenomenon that has been chronicled by academics and dramatists alike. It is well known throughout all levels of society. At first, it was viewed as a myth, now it carries the veracity and weight of any other commonly reported social phenomenon. In the documentary fashion, motion picture theaters and television productions have presented it many times, but of surpassing interest is its spiritual dimension. It spans the fullness of all questions surrounding God's creation, His sovereignty, and the mysteries inherent in the dark forces who oppose Him. It brings Paul's statement regarding principalities, powers, and rulers of darkness in high places into stark, glaring focus. In a polite society, this phenomenon is virtually taboo to talk about. Merely to bring it up places one in the category of a kook or a crazy person. A courteous silence surrounds reports of the wondrous event like that accorded ghost stories, tales about Bigfoot and dinosaurs in remote swamps in Africa. The macabre and puzzling phenomena to which we refer to is that of the UFO abduction. As we approach the new millennium, we finally have enough information about this subject to draw certain conclusions, all of which are dark, forbidding, and frightening. More than that, they carry elements of an unclean, putrescent evil that draws us ever deeper into the arena of the spiritually impure. Here one realizes spiritual combat is a sobering reality. There is a real sense that by probing into the dark recesses of this pit without the help of God and the presence of Jesus Christ, one could suffer very real spiritual injury. But for the Christian there is hope. Not surprisingly, the Bible provides the precise information that makes this unexplainable circumstance quite explainable. Biblically, the contemporary UFO abduction story becomes a mystery solved. This having been stated, let us return to an event that has subtly changed the path of modern history. In the early 60s, it became the subject of countless articles in the top magazines. It was documented on primetime television, and it launched a best-selling book, which is called The Interrupted Journey by John Fuller. It was the mid-September night in 1961. Barney and Betty Hill were returning from a vacation trip to Quebec. Driving south between Lancaster and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, they found themselves being pursued by a mystery ship that at first looked like a star or satellite. Then its movements became more erratic. It appeared to be coming lower. At last, they could see that it was a bright, round, glowing object. After a time, they saw it at a treetop height. It appeared to them as a flying disc larger than an airliner, stopping the car. Barney found that he could look into the large windows with his binoculars. There he was horrified to see humanoid creatures with eyes staring back that sent profound hysteria coursing through his entire being. He ran back to the car, attempted to escape. At that point, everything lapsed into blackness for a period that they would later determine was about 2 hours of missing time. The next thing they knew, they were consciously aware of driving the last few miles into Portsmouth. Arriving home in a curious state of distress, they were totally unaware they had been the object of what is now become the archetypal UFO abduction case. In the period that followed, it took them literally years to unravel the mystery of what had happened during these 2 hours, and when they finally succeeded, their horrific memories became the subject of a best-selling book mentioned above, and a full-length motion picture. What had befallen them became a classic case containing the now all-familiar elements of abduction. First, there was the complete blanking of their memories. Then Barney found himself subject to extreme anxiety, accompanied by nightmares and an inability to sleep. Both were highly disturbed, but they didn't know why. Finally, however, the details came out. These details included descriptions of a huge spaceship, its crew, and interior arrangement, along with a remembered star map that had hung on the wall with the help of astrologers. Betty later recalled it as depicting an area of space in the constellation we call Pegasus, the star Alpha Pegasi. She labeled other stars on her map with well-known star names. At the time, radio astronomers even noted that a mysterious radio source seemed to originate from this exact spot in space. Some speculated that the signal might have an intelligent source. The abduction also included a series of medical exams. Both Barney and Betty were subjected to both of these. As well as other known cases, the examinations seemed to focus on their reproductive systems. Both were sure that the beings came from another planet and were simply bent upon doing some sort of local reconnaissance in our solar system. There was much speculation about their methods and motives. It was the 60s when the old ways were being dropped and a new world of socialized idealism was on the horizon. Space travelers, interspecies, medical exams, and the hint that we were about to embark upon an intergalactic diplomacy caught the public imagination. Their story fit the times as sure as Star Trek. The Hills were, for a time, launched into this unwilling celebrity. Then, interest in their encounter faded into what, for them, was a blessed obscurity. A few years later, Barney passed away. After that, Betty occasionally spoke on the event, expressing the certainty that her abductors had meant no harm, but were simply an advanced scouting party. This is how deluded this lady was, unfortunately. Still, when their experience exploded into the public consciousness in 1966, they were greeted by ridicule and often skepticism. In the years since, the watershed event that brought the Hills to fame has not faded away. Rather, it has become a booming enterprise. As we shall see, these strange abductions are a growing presence. At present, hundreds of thousands, and most likely even hundreds of thousands, have encountered a similar fate. The Hills, and many of those like them, became convinced that the planet Earth is being visited by explorers, representing many planets and races. Abductees believe that they are only a short time away from being told the, quote, whole truth, in the global disclosure that will reveal many bizarre secrets, now known only by certain high-level government officials. During their abductions, they were told by the aliens that humanity has nothing to fear, that they will be here on a mission of peace. In fact, these space travelers often hint that they are humanity's creators. And they're going to come back in the last days to check up on their work. Again, we've already discussed that in depth. But as one tries to make sense of the aliens' collective utterances, gaping inconsistencies appear. Serious research yields great doubt about their benevolent intent. And after a little more study, even their identity comes into question. Rather than being benevolent emissaries, they seem to have darker motives. And rather than being space travelers, they seem to be much more like the fallen ones described in the Bible. In fact, they seem exactly like the angels and demons who followed Satan, and who are engaged in an ongoing warfare against the elect of God. Christians need to be aware of these events and the dark forces behind them. What are they doing, and why are they doing it? Are questions that must be dealt with by the faithful. And why are they doing it just now, as the events of Bible prophecy seem so close to fulfillment? Historically, there is a quality of inscrutability surrounding the UFO phenomenon. Citizens the world over have reported sightings for years as the governments of the world explain them away with clearly absurd rationalizations like swamp gas, or the planet Venus, or the spent Russian rocket boosters, have all been used this way to literally thousands of times to try to debunk these claims. Now, however, there is a growing evidence that our government leaders have all known along that something was afoot. And we're going to look at what's called Operation Majestic 12, and there's the actual cover to this. I also, at this point, give you my series I did on exposing the strong delusion. The series I did, that you can click on it here. It's going to be on about page 18 of the PDF for 7/17/2011. And we're looking at the cover of this Majestic 12 from April of 1954. It says, copy of Top Secret Majestic 12, Eyes Only, Extraterrestrial Entities, Technology, Recovery, and Disposal. Of late, several writers claim to have unearthed above top secret government documents that directly pertain to modern UFO history. Perhaps the most famous of these is a manually typed on paper that has apparently met the tests of historical experts. That is, it passes examination for age, chemical composition, and watermarking. Recently, its authenticity has come into question, but it is so representative of an entire class of similar documents that we will include it here in this report. It provides the information needed to explain the biblical link between the dark heavenly forces and the one world government so clearly presented in the prophecies of the Bible. Each page in this document is stamped Top Secret, Majestic, Eyes Only. It is headed Briefing Document Operation Majestic 12, prepared for President-elect Dwight D. Eisenhower. Eyes Only. Meaning this isn't something that you can take with you home. It's something you need to just look at there with your eyes, and it's going to stay wherever it is. And it's from November 18th, 1952. Apparently, Majestic 12 was the title given to a group of 12 high-ranking insiders. All of them were admirals, generals, or government scientists. According to the document itself, the group was established by special classified executive order of President Truman on September 24, 1947. This white paper deals with the subject of a disc-shaped aerial objects. They soon came to be called flying saucer, which was the term coined after pilot Kenneth Arnold sighted flying discs over the Cascade Mountains in Washington. That happened on June 24, 1947, the year that flying saucers came of age. These are mentioned in the Majestic report, along with the famous Roswell event. In part, it says, quote, little of substance was learned about the objects until a local rancher reported that one had crashed in a remote region of New Mexico, located approximately 75 miles northwest of the Roswell Army Base, now called Walker Field. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself there. On June 7, 1947, a secret operation was begun to assure recovery of the wreckage of this object for scientific study. During the course of this operation, aerial reconnaissance discovered that 4 small human-like beings had apparently been ejected from the craft at some point before it exploded. The 8th page of this document is a short memo to the Secretary of Defense, purportedly from President Harry Truman, dated September 24, 1947. And it says, quote, Dear Secretary Forstall, as per our recent conversation on this matter, you are hereby authorized to proceed with all due speed and caution upon your undertaking. Hereafter, this matter shall be referred to only as Operation Majestic 12. It continues to be my feeling that any future considerations relative to the ultimate disposition of this matter should rest solely with the office of the President, following appropriate discussions with yourself, Dr. Bush, and the Director of Central Intelligence. End of quote. It now seems that this and other similar documents are authentic. This being the case, we must assume that top-level government agencies have been pursuing their interactions with UFOs ever since. Now, I've done a whole teaching on this, the Grenada Treaty. I think it might be the links I just gave you in the PDF regarding the strong delusion as well. So I go much further in depth with our government's collaboration with these entities in that particular document, or in that particular teaching. So, who were the 4 small human-like beings mentioned in this mysterious document? Were they really from outer space? Until recently, it might have seemed that this was indeed the case, but evidence now available through the study of UFO abduction phenomenon offers an alternative suggestion, one that is in perfect agreement with the biblical worldview, which is really super important. Okay? They may, in an unexpected way, be from right here on planet Earth. In the 1950s, various flying lights in the sky were sighted around the world. The year was 1956. It's considered a flap year by UFO historians. That is, it witnessed numerous blatant sightings that popped up on numerous fronts. During this decade, even Washington, D.C. was the site of a huge display of the mysterious lights. The 60s brought continuing waves of these sightings. Famed astronomer and UFO researcher J. Allen Hynek called these events, quote, close encounters of the first kind. Lights, spears, discs, and similar phenomena came to be considered so normal that belief in them was a given. Of course, everyone pretended to be a scoffer, but general acceptance of the flying saucers was almost universal. Hynek labeled sightings that left ground traces as, quote, close encounters of the second kind. If beings were sighted leaving the craft, the event was logged as close encounters of the third kind. Beginning in the 1950s and continuing into the 1980s, the Air Force's Project Blue Book supposedly recorded and analyzed UFO sightings. Dr. Hynek exposed its real purpose. It was actually used as a front for UFO secrecy, while the real mission of the research and the enhanced contact continued behind the scenes. Something was going on, but it was being kept top secret. Dr. Hynek's UFO report was published in 1977, but its statistical approach only documented what everyone had already accepted. It failed to throw any light on the real intentions of those behind the phenomenon. In spite of the Barney and Betty Hill case, it was not until the late 70s and early 80s that there was a real attempt to understand the motives behind the preceding 30 years of peculiar aerial displays. In 1981, Bud Hopkins published Missing Time. In this book, he investigated 7 cases of UFO abduction, each distinguished, as the title suggests, by an unaccountable period of time when nothing could be recalled by the central participants. He was the first to suspect that literally thousands of such abductions were being carried out on a systematic basis. For the first time, he noted that many cases previously thought to be merely visual sighting cases, which were close encounters of the third kind, were actually only the tip of the submerged memory. It was being discovered for the first time that there were, in fact, close encounters of the fourth kind. These involved not only sightings of the lights in the skies, but close personal encounters with the flying vehicles and their alien occupants. And these encounters were not simply visual. They involved physical contact with the aliens, involuntary physical contact that amounted to nothing short of kidnapping. Mr. Hopkins' groundbreaking study showed that, like the Hills, thousands of abductees came away from their experiences with little more than a vague unease and a need for the resolution of conflicting feelings. At the emotional level, they were left with strange, deep-seated fears of certain sites and locations, seemingly for no reason at all. Perhaps they were even able to sense that something awful had happened to them, but that was as far as it went. Okay, continuing. Only later and with much counseling were these victims able to say that they had been blocked from remembering a long and horrifying abduction event that had taken place against their will. They were belatedly made aware that they had literally been dragged kicking and screaming into glowing ships that were obviously of an earthly origin. Paralyzed, they often reported being floated into these ships by anti-gravity beams. Secondly, he discovered that virtually all the UFO abductees he studied had suffered multiple abductions. Usually these began in childhood, around the age of 6 or 7, and proceeded on a rather routine basis until the individual reached the age of 40 or so. The fact that these abductors continue to hold this pattern is very important. As we shall see later, it provides an important clue as to the reason of the activity. In fact, this 30-year window of opportunity makes a great deal of sense when we see it from an alien perspective. And here we use the term alien loosely. Now, I think what they're getting at here is the whole focus on reproduction. Okay? This 30-year window, okay, of when a person would typically be considered at the height of maybe fertility, that type of thing. Okay? So, obviously a 6 or 7-year-old wouldn't be in there, but then again, we don't know what angle they're coming from as well. So, going further here, it can easily cover the trans-dimensional beings referred to in the Bible as fallen angels and demons. Thirdly, all the interviews reportedly being subjected to a sort of are all being subjected to a sort of medical exam. Virtually every abduction includes this regimen. But the more investigators have reviewed these quasi-medical exams, the more they suspect that they aren't really examinations at all, at least not in the usual human sense of the word. Victims are left with sores, visible scars, and scoop marks on their body. They often suffer from inexplicable pains and unexplainable symptoms of their illness. Their misery is often a mixture of both mental and physical complaints. Often they are simply inconsolable, living in a half-dream world of unresolved conflict. Later, they discover the reason for their distress, that their bodies were used in the most abominable ways. From the early days of the Hills experience in the 1960s to the current reports, strange surgeries are a central part of the abduction experience. More often than not, these involve bodily organs of reproduction, using strange probes, clusters of vacuum needles, and diabolical appearing instruments. The aliens are preoccupied with obtaining samples and implanting their unwilling patients with substances and devices. And this is one of the reasons I believe that these people get abducted over and over again, because of these implants that are being put in them. They're like tracking devices, at least partially. That's part of the reason. They're cursed devices, but they're also like a tracking device that they can track these people down and just re-abduct them over and over again. Okay? Because of their obsession with human reproduction, investigators have concluded that some sort of breeding experiment must be central to the aliens' order of events. But what is it? The celestial kidnappers continue to operate in mysterious seclusion. Bud Hopkins' second book, entitled Intruders, published in 1987, focused on a single case, that of Kathy Davis, a young woman who experienced multiple abductions. His 2.5-year study of her life produced a series of disturbing conclusions. To be sure, genetic experimentation was taking place, but it was more than that. As Hopkins studied her case, in similar cases pertaining to other young women, he was surprised to discover that more than just missing time. He also discovered what came to be called the missing baby syndrome. Kathy and other female abductees were discovering themselves mysteriously pregnant after their UFO experiences. Then, a short time, some weeks to 3 months later, they would discover that their pregnancies no longer existed. To their horror, they discovered that their babies were being harvested by the aliens and transported away to some unknown location. Later, during subsequent abductions, their abnormally tiny babies were brought out and presented to them in a strange, quote, bonding ceremony. The infants appeared to be only partly human. They were tiny by human standards and appeared big-eyed and listless. However, some seemed more human than others. Now you say, okay, now you're really going off the deep end saying this stuff. Well, I'm telling you, this has happened, and these same scenarios have been happening. There's been millions of people that this has happened to. Are they all nuts? Well, it doesn't line up with the Bible. Well, yes, it does. What do you think they were doing in Genesis 6? When the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives, all that they chose. And they bore to them these hybrid Nephilim fallen ones to them. And as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. So we should be expecting this garbage. Totally lines up with the Bible. Hopkins writes, when Kathy described being shown the tiny, seemingly hybrid baby, she reported a striking new detail. The UFO occupants apparently wanted her to hold the infant so they could observe something about human touch and human emotion. Now, the Bible also indicates in Daniel, there's a verse in there that is regarding, I believe, this subject. And it goes, and it's, the exact quote is, that they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave. Who is they? Well, they is some other race. What other race in the Bible did ever cohabitate with man? Fallen angels. There's only one other race of beings in the Bible that's ever happened with and successfully procreated with. They shall, and this is regarding the end times, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. They, some other race. Fallen angels. They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave. The seed of men. Well, isn't that the reproductive area? Yes. What are these devils always obsessed with? The reproductive organs of humans. But it says they shall not cleave. That word cleave, if you go and define it in the Hebrew, means to aptly fit. I don't know whether in Genesis 6, where they bore to them these giants, and the giants took over the world, I don't know whether at some point along the line, maybe even after the Promised Land, where they weren't able to actually pull off this breeding program as effectively as they did, let's say, in Genesis 6, and that they did on the giant races that were pre-positioned in the Promised Land when the Jews went in there, or even after that. I don't know. I don't know whether they're using a breeding program in this sense to be much more subtle. I mean, obviously, if you had 12-foot giants walking around all of a sudden, there would be a lot of panic and things like this. But if they can mingle themselves with the seed of men in a more subtle way, remember Satan's the most subtle beast of the field, for the day and times we live in, maybe they figured that was the best approach for the day and time they live in the end times. I don't know, I'm speculating, but something to think about. Going further here, for the moment, Kathy's role... Well, let me just read the last question, or the last statement again. Hopkins writes, when Kathy described being shown the tiny, seemingly hybrid baby, she reported a striking new detail. The UFO occupants apparently wanted her to hold the infant so they could observe something about human touch and human emotion. For the moment, Kathy's role was that of an instructor. Her abductors, as well as the baby, needed something that only she could provide. It has something to do with touch and the human part that they don't understand. It occurred to me afterwards that the need for a demonstration of this maternal feeling might be the reason why UFO occupants have apparently shown various female abductees their half-human offspring, if that term is even approximately correct. Going further, let me just scan down here. As we have mentioned before, the ancient pagan peoples of the world viewed the demons as a coexisting race on the face of the planet. They considered them friends, who upon occasion were able to bestow blessing upon the fortunate. Offerings were often left out for them. To them the demons existed in a hazy netherworld, visible to human eyes only when they allowed it. Nevertheless, they were considered real. They were thought to be able to fly and were often seen in the presence of natural wonders, such as blazing globes of light and fiery flying shields. So they're trying to relate kind of ancient times past and bring it forward. And we're going to look a lot more at that phenomenon. They were seen as ghosts of the great ones who lived upon the earth in the days before the destruction of Atlantis, which would be in the days of Noah. Okay, and the ghosts, meaning they were the disembodied spirits of the giants, which is what the Book of Enoch does teach. And I do believe that is accurate regarding that. The Bible doesn't have a whole lot to say about the origin of demons, which I believe is totally different than fallen angels. Okay, and again, I've covered that in depth in previous teachings, so which I've listed all here. So anyway, let's go further here. They were seen as the ghosts of the great ones, meaning the disembodied spirits, who once lived upon earth in the days before the destruction of Atlantis, a great culture brought to an end by a flood-born cataclysm. I wonder if that was the flood of the Bible. Yeah, I think it was. Virtually the entire world has some belief system that includes these demons. In the Orient, they are seen as unhappy ghosts of ancestors, expressing some dissatisfaction or other. Primitive pagan tribes seen them as nature gods. Others have a host of vampires, werewolves, ghosts, goblins, trolls, etc. to explain the presence of demons. In the British Isles in Europe, they are the fairies and the assorted little people who dwell in the forests. But in the last century, the scientific age took control of Western thought, and such antiquated beliefs were quickly discarded by many. However, they were soon replaced by something quite acceptable to the scientific mind, which is science fiction. Such as that of written by Jules Verne and H.G. Wells fueled the public imagination that thoughts of lunar excursions, flight to Mars, and trips through time. At the turn of the century, we began to be visited by strange aerial vehicles of unknown origin that soon enough began to be identified as travelers through space and time. The dirigible-like flying machines seen all over the U.S. in 1897 became the Martian spaceships of the 1930s and the flying saucers of 1947. The little people, now this is very important, and I said a lot of what I just said to say this statement here. The little people had successfully mutated their persona to match the current belief systems. Demons had become space travelers. For a while, they were the little green men. Then in the 60s, and especially after the Hills abduction experience, they became the short, thin, big-headed, black-eyed little grays that are so part of our popular culture. In other words, Satan, like I said, will meet your delusion at that need. Okay, he'll give you whatever culturally you're willing to accept, as long as he can deceive you. In his 1969 book, Passport to Majona, Jacques Vallée documents this very important fact. He writes, "We have now examined several stories of abductions and attempts at kidnappings by the occupants of flying saucers. These episodes are an integral part of the total UFO problem and cannot be solved separately. Historical evidence gathered by Walter Wentz, moreover, once more points in the same direction. This sort of belief in fairies being able to take people was very common and exists in many good parts of West Ireland." So what do you mean? Like, they're abducted? Yeah. And isn't that a striking similarity with the UFO experience, okay? But the sort of belief in fairies in Western Ireland was very common. So that's a striking parallel there. The good people, okay, and this is a quote by this Walter Wentz. He says, quote, "The good people, called the fairies, are often seen there." And then he was pointing to this place known as Knock Mog, whatever that is. "The good people, the fairies, are often seen there," pointing to Knock Mog, "in great crowds playing hurley and ball," whatever that is, And one often sees among them the young men and women and children who have been taken. End of quote. So in other words, he was pointing to this area, I don't know if it was in the woods or whatever, and he says, these fairies are seen there playing, and with them are often seen the young men and the women and the children who have been taken by them or abducted. Not only are people taken, but akin flying saucer stories, they are sometimes carried to faraway spots by aerial means. So this has been going on for who knows how long. He quotes Wentz again, who writes, "A man who I have seen, Rodnick McNeil, was lifted by the hosts or fairies and left 3 miles where he was taken up." Would that kind of be like people that get taken up in flying saucers and then all of a sudden they return a few days later miles away from where they were originally abducted? It happens all the time. That show Fire in the Sky was about that, which probably has one of the most realistic abduction and medical examination scenes you'll probably ever see. Just key in Fire in the Sky abduction scene. And it's not really something you want to have your kids watch. I'm not saying you should even watch it. But I'm saying that I think that that's a very accurate portrayal of the terror that these little devils inflict. Now, a lot of people would say, okay, well, what are they? Okay, well, again, we've examined that. But I do believe with the Greys, who seem to be like drones, one of the explanations that I had read, and I couldn't find the exact quote that I had read before, but they're like kind of like biological containers or bodies that are made that essentially that are inhabited by demonic spirits to do like drone type, manual labor type work. Okay? That's one explanation for them. And obviously you could speculate on a lot of different things. Yeah, Taylor had just pointed out that the Fire in the Sky actually was it was a true story. It was just one of the millions of abduction stories out there. Okay? So, anyway, let's go further here regarding these fairies. Okay? These otherworldly creatures whom we would characterize as demons manifest themselves in many ways. The more one studies the ancient phenomenon of an evil world of corrupted spiritual creatures, the more one sees that they are capable of assuming any appearance as long as it will gain them entrance to the societies of their victims. Satan will meet you at your need. Whatever your preconceived notions are, and that whatever paradigm fits the society that you're living in, he'll typically come to you in that way, something that will fit in with what you're used to. The author notes that fairies, quote, take men and women, especially pregnant women and young mothers, and that they are also very active in stealing young children. Pregnant women and young mothers and young children, that sounds a lot like the modern day abduction scenarios. Sometimes they substitute a false child for the real one. Now, I never heard of this. Leaving in their place, in the place of the real child, a broom with rugs wrapped around it, which I don't really get that, or one of their children, which is called a changeling. This is news to me. Evidently, the fairies did this stuff. They would leave a child that looked just like the one they stole, but it wasn't. It was one of theirs. It was almost like a clone of your kid. The belief in changelings is ancient, and its origins lost in the fog of early history. Basically, it is the belief that demons can carry away a young child, leaving in its place one of their own race, indistinguishable from the original child. Vallée notes that a recent television series has capitalized on this aspect of UFO lore. In the show, the human race has been infiltrated by extraterrestrials who differ from humans in only small details only. This is not a new idea, as the belief in changelings show. And there is a well-known passage in Martin Luther's it's called Martin Luther's Table Talk, in which he tells about the Prince of Anhalt, that we should he tells the Prince of Anhalt that he should throw in the Maldu River a certain man who is, in his opinion, a changeling, or what they call a kill crop, as they were called in Germany. So this is Martin Luther saying, you need to throw this guy in the river or kill him because he's a changeling. If a man as Martin Luther believed that aliens or demons could abduct a child and substitute a counterfeit, we must admit that such a belief was widespread among intellectuals in the 16th century. Something to think about. Now, Genesis 3:14 and 15 says, and the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this. Now, this is after the serpent had deceived Eve. Okay. Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee, meaning war, enmity means war, between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. And it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. This is why Satan tried to wipe out humanity, particularly in Genesis 6, because he didn't want to get his head bruised, which is what Jesus Christ ultimately did on the cross, with his death, burial, and resurrection, with the finished work on the cross. He defeated Satan. But it says right here that Satan, or the serpent, has his own seed. And remember, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave, meaning aptly fit. So, again, there are some Bible verses to look at that are rather compelling. Let's go ahead and end part 3 here, and we'll go to part 4, and I think I'll be able to wrap this up.
Insider documents recently obtained by InfoWars reveal the current and ongoing operations to staff FEMA and U.S. Army camps inside the U.S. According to our sources, KBR is contracting services for temporary fencing and barricades, along with other services required for temporary emergency environment camps. They're to be located in 5 regions of the United States. Now, this comes immediately after the Senate passed the National Defense Authorization Act, which allows indefinite detention of American citizens. All this at a time when economic conditions and mass demonstrations sweep through the country and threaten potential unrest. The government has patiently put into place the crucial elements of its police state grid and plan for the internment of political enemies. We are literally one false flag terror attack away from the plan going live. As the Department of Homeland Security and establishment media keep telling us, the next terror event will be on American soil and carried out by domestic patriot political groups, not Al-Qaeda. The FBI and the CIA have a long history of creating domestic terrorists, patsies, and shifting the blame over to their political enemies.
It's all there. All the government documents, all the government admissions, a civilian inmate labor camp program run by the Army, where they're at, all the details down to how they're going to break the families up and where the children go and the forced inoculations and everything. I mean, it just boggles the mind that all of this is happening.
The fact that detention camps are being constructed inside our country and are now being staffed and readied for emergency situations, what can no longer be ignored or ridiculed as a conspiracy theory. Senate committee hearings and official Homeland Security documents further illustrate the mindset of our federal government as they classify homeschoolers, gun rights activists, constitutionalists, and returning veterans as potential terrorists. By default, creating an entire nation of radicals and revolutionaries, where everyone is a suspect, equally guilty until proven otherwise. I'm Darren McBreen for InfoWars Nightly News.
I have a quick question while you're saying that. Do you think Americans are justified in thinking that H.R. 645 could lead to detainment camps for American citizens during martial law?
I don't know this number. You'll have to tell me.
The emergency center establishment.
Yeah, I know that's their goal. They're setting up the stage for violence in this country. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you.
setting up the stage for violence in this country. No doubt about it.
Thank you.
Shopping and dining over Thanksgiving and maybe watching some football games. Big government Republicans and Democrats were busy shredding the last vestiges of the Constitution. They're talking about inserting the Army into domestic law enforcement. Senator Lindsey Graham, who supports this bill, says, quote, "The homeland is part of the battlefield, and people can be held without trial, whether an American citizen or not."
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The original Constitution, I think it is an imperfect document, and I think it is a document that reflects some deep flaws in American culture, the colonial culture nascent at that time. I think we can say that the Constitution reflected an enormous blind spot in this culture, and that the framers had that same blind spot. It also reflected the fundamental flaw of this country that continues to this day.
The Senate will pass tomorrow a bill allowing the American military to imprison American citizens indefinitely without charge or trial.
Congress is essentially authorizing the indefinite imprisonment of American citizens without charge or trial.
I think that denigrates the very foundation of this country. It denigrates the Bill of Rights. It denigrates what our founders intended.
How bad is this?
It's quite frankly absurd, Keith. I mean, here we are 10 years after 9/11, in the wake of the demise of Osama bin Laden, the only leader that Al-Qaeda has ever known. And we're passing a provision that would codify the indefinite detention without trial of suspected enemies of the state. And that includes, as you mentioned, American citizens apprehended here on U.S. soil. We have not codified indefinite detention without trial since the McCarthy era. That's how extreme this is. And the most amazing thing is that it's not necessary.
Charles Dyer. I'm an oath keeper. I'm with the 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion out of Camp Pendleton, California. I absolutely could not, I can't imagine that we're living in the times where I have to worry about having to confiscate the weapons from the American people. Is that freedom? It's absolutely not freedom. That I have to worry that we're going to quarantine a city for the purposes of keeping them there hostage, like Katrina? Absolutely not. That's not freedom in any way that you can think of it. I'm almost speechless whenever I try to talk about this, because I can't imagine that we're living in this kind of time. It really bothers me. Absolutely.
I saw a tremendous pattern of the growth of the infrastructure of a totalitarian state in the last 8 years, post 9/11. I mean, it's been going on for decades. We've seen for decades encroachments on our liberties, and then a crisis would come along, and then all of a sudden they had a chance to get their policies passed they've been wanting to pass for a long time.
If you need a painted picture of what is happening in this country,
let's recognize how history repeats itself. In February 1933, Hitler staged a false flag attack, burning down his own German parliament building, the Reichstag, and blamed it on communist terrorists. In the next few weeks, he passed the Enabling Act, which completely eradicated the German Constitution, destroying people's liberties. He then led a series of preemptive wars, all justified to the German people as necessary to maintaining homeland security.
Our enemy is a radical network of terrorists and every government that supports them.
It's time to wake up.
If your family was awakened in the middle of the night by a team of federal officers, well, that's exactly what happened to a woman and her children in Granville County.
Amanda Lamb is in the newsroom joining us now. And Amanda, we understand that because this case falls under the Patriot Act, a lot of the usual rights for defendants not available here.
Her son was taken into federal custody 2 months ago. She can't get him out, and she can't get any answers. 16-year-old Ashton Lundeby's bedroom is nothing if not patriotic. American flags everywhere. But according to the United States government, this 10th grader, who has never been in trouble with the law before, is now a suspected terrorist.
My topic for this evening is assassinations. What have we allowed ourselves to become? Are we no longer a nation of laws? Have we become instead a nation of men who make secret arrests? Are secret prisons now simply another tool of the federal government law enforcement? Is secret rendition of individuals now permitted out of misplaced fear? Have we decided that the writ of habeas corpus is not worth defending? Is torture now an acceptable tool for making us safe? Unfortunately, the single answer to all of these questions from the leaders of our country and to many of our citizens appears to be yes. And now we are told that assassination of foreigners as well as American citizens is legitimate and necessary to provide security for our people. It is my firm opinion that nothing could be further from the truth. Secret arrests, secret renditions, torture, and assassinations are illegal under both domestic and international law. These activities should be anathema to the citizens of a constitutional republic. The real threat doesn't arise from our failure to torture. Rather, desensitizing our nation to the willful neglect and sacrifice of our civil liberties fought and died for over the centuries is the threat. The concept of habeas corpus existed even before King John of England was forced in 1215 by his rebellious barons to sign the Magna Carta. This basic principle and expression of individual liberty, which has survived 800 years, greatly influenced the writing of our Constitution and our common law heritage. Today, we hardly hear a whimper, either from the American people or a stone, silent U.S. government as our cherished liberties are eradicated. Instead, we have a government that deliberately orchestrates needless fear and makes people insecure enough to ignore the reality of their lost liberties. It should not be that difficult to distinguish the difference between the danger posed by the underwear bomber and the danger posed by a government that endorses secret prisons, torture, and assassinating American citizens.
with my nose in it since the whole thing began. I've nurtured every sensation man has been inspired to have. I cared about what he wanted, and I never judged him. Why? Because I never rejected him. In spite of all his imperfections, I'm a fan of man. I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. Who in their right mind, Kevin, could possibly deny the 20th century was entirely mine? All of it, Kevin! All of it! Mine! I'm peeking here. It's my time now. It's our time.
What's your general viewpoint about people who think the federal government was involved in 9/11?
I think that that's in the same category as Holocaust denial and those people who still aren't convinced that President Obama was born in Hawaii. It's kind of a out there conspiracy theory which does not warrant a lot of attention.
thank you. We're going to leave it there because we know where you're going. Mr. Chertoff, you've addressed that question.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, this crops up from time to time, and it has been looked at thoroughly by everybody. Frankly, you have people who witnessed the planes going into the buildings. I mean, it's I have to say, it's like Holocaust denial and the people who believe the president was not born in Hawaii. It's just a myth.
I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. Maybe the last humanist.
Here's the way they look at it. Here's their metaphor for the end of innocence. Adam and Eve were held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust, cruel, and vindictive God. Until Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free from this garden by giving him the gift of intellect. Through the use of intellect, man will conquer the earth, will conquer nature, and will himself become God. It's taught in every Masonic temple in this land. Every secret brotherhood, every secret society, every mystical temple, every occult organization teaches the Luciferian philosophy. They do not believe in Lucifer. They do not believe in any entity called a devil, and they do not believe in God. It is a mistake for you to assume that they do. They are atheists in the strictest sense of the word. They are humanists. That's their religion. At the highest level, their goal is to create a world in which the adepts, the 1,000 points of light, working behind the veil.
I will keep America moving forward, always forward, for an endless, enduring dream and 1,000 points of light. This is my mission, and I will complete it.
humanists. That's their religion. At the highest level, their goal is to create a world in which the adepts, the 1,000 points of light, working behind the veil to create the culmination of the great plan, can realize the ultimate happiness for mankind.
The Illuminati was founded on May 1st, 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a professor at Ingolstadt University. Weishaupt obviously had been a serious student of the occult, for many of its bizarre features and symbols were incorporated into his organization. The destruction of all religion, replaced by the worship of reason or humanism. Replaced by the worship of reason or humanism.
I think I found a way home. In working with the black projects, I was picked
because I was very strong mentally. I was involved in something very controversial in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground. To our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up, the gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. Had been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up. And well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and then you build called stopes or cross-member holes across, and then you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and about from me to this elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person or the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time. I reached for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folderol of one of these big submachine guns that all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walther PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt my fingers right off of me, and it was some form of electrical force, because the kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt burned all my toenails off of me, completely crispy crittered my left foot, burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember was the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today if it wasn't for him. I'm forever indebted. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat.
Acknowledge it was a homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father. My father was a U-boat captain in Hitler's Navy, and he got captured and taken over I didn't find this out until about 2 weeks before he died on his deathbed. He kind of told everybody in total shock. I was one of them. In fact, I didn't believe him. I thought he was kind of in delirium or something like that. And of course, other things have come up since. And so, anyway, he was captured by the French, turned over to the Third Army, the U.S. Third Army, and then U.S. Third Army turned him over to the Navy. And he was a master machinist. Now, that's not a journeyman. A master means that they can take a block of metal and make a gun or a watch or some other fine instrument. And he was a master machinist. He later became an MD doctor and part of the aerospace medicine group of the United States Navy. Was instrumental in helping build the USS Nautilus.
Let me answer this I'll answer this in a couple of parts. First of all, the idea of underground bases and underground civilizations. This is a very old idea in human history. Going back even thousands of years, you've got ancient tribes around the world that have made these claims. We would say it's in their myths, but that there are secret caverns, secret races, secret tribes that exist underground. And really, when one talks about, for example, hollow earth theory, that's a lot of what we're talking about here. Not all hollow earth theorists say that the entire earth is hollow. A lot of them will say that there are just substantial caverns under the ground where there are civilizations that are down there. So that's an old idea. You get it in a lot of ancient European,
a small island nation in the center of the Mediterranean Sea. Further evidence of the use of advanced technology on Malta can be found underground. In 1902, construction workers, while building the foundation for several houses, accidentally discovered a mysterious underground sanctuary dating to 2500 BC. Called the Hypogeum, the subterranean structure was revealed to be 3 levels deep, all hewn from solid stone.
It's been estimated that they removed more than 2,000 tons of stone from these subterranean chambers to create a space that beautifully replicates the temples above ground.
Perhaps one of the greatest mysteries concerning the Hypogeum involve the acoustical properties in what is called the Oracle Room.
The acoustic properties within this are absolutely extraordinary, because what happens is that if a person is within the Oracle Room, the way that their voice is carried is heard within the whole of the complex.
The second part of my talk will be aliens and the alien agenda. We already touched on that. Old alien bases. And like I said, Bikini Island, according to what was studied after the A-bomb blast, that some of the caves that were infested with out-of-place artifacts dealing with UFOs and other kinds of paraphernalia had rock forming around them, so they had been basically an alien junkyard in shallow seas for probably the better part of 10,000 years. So they've been around. That you might call an old alien base. Dulce, New Mexico is another old alien base.
The aliens have probably been here the better part of at least 500,000 and maybe as much as several million years, although I have artifacts here which show.
And Native Americans have this tradition. The Tibetans may have the most extensive tradition of this, for all I know. South America traditional tribes have this as well. So that by itself is interesting, and you might ask, why do all of these disparate civilizations have these types of ideas? And I don't have the answer to that, but I can tell that's an old idea.
And then, I guess, in terms of military engineering, the Rock of Gibraltar was tunneled out centuries ago by the British. And even going back further than that, the ancient Egyptians did a lot of tunneling thousands of years ago in Egypt. So the provenance of underground tunneling for a wide variety of purposes goes way back in human history.
Lies Cappadocia in central Turkey. Here, wind and water have sculpted strange shapes out of the soft volcanic rock. Rock which ancient peoples once turned into small primitive dwellings. In more recent years, the site has seen the construction of more modern structures. But in 1963, a simple home renovation in the town of Derinkuyu led to an extraordinary discovery when a cave wall was opened, revealing a passageway to an underground city thousands of years old and more than 280 feet deep.
I've been there on multiple occasions, and it's incredible because there's 13 stories that go deep into the ground with ventilation shafts and 15,000 little shafts that bring air to even the deepest of levels.
Incredibly, the number of rock rooms that were found could hold over 20,000 men, women, and children. There was even evidence of religious centers, storerooms, wine presses, and stables for livestock.
Oh, Derinkuyu would have been a massive undertaking for anyone, even in modern times, with modern equipment. But in those days, it would have been stupendous. Equal to the pyramids. At Derinkuyu, because of the softness of the stone, you had to be very careful that you provided enough pillar strength to support the floors above. Otherwise, you'd have catastrophic cave-ins. Surprisingly, there's no evidence of any catastrophic cave-ins, so they were apparently extremely clever and knew their material. We're talking deep antiquity. It is mind-boggling to understand how they could have done this. Perhaps they had help from some other civilization.
But just who built this massive underground city? And what mysterious force drove them to live underground?
Why would people want to live deep underground in these weird caverns like that? It seems kind of scary.
But what you really get is in the 20th century, where the Nazis and their predecessors, let's call them the Thule Society, which was a kind of a mystical sect that the Nazis really drew a lot out of in forming their own ideology. The Thule Society was very interested in Tibetan myths about openings into the earth that describes this idea of deep underground tunnels, bases, crisscrossing the world. And since this was a Tibetan idea, we have to assume that the Nazis themselves were familiar with this idea as well. So the idea in the Tibetan tradition, from what I have understood about it, is that there are different races below the surface of the earth, including reptoid or reptilian races that are supposedly from other worlds. I'm not making this up. This is right out of, in fact, I do recall in the The source that I read is in the 50s that supposedly came from Tibet, that they believe these reptoid races came from Venus, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, as most people listening know, the surface temperature of Venus is something like 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm really dubious about race living there. Nonetheless, this is part of the tradition.
In more modern times, in the early to mid 20th century, you had the French, of course, who constructed the so-called Maginot Line in eastern France to guard against German invasion. Well, the German invasion happened anyway, and the Maginot Line was not a significant military factor in World War II. The Germans themselves during World War II, and also the Japanese, did a huge amount of underground excavation and construction. There was a military civil engineering organization in the Third Reich called the Todt Organization, T-O-D-T, and it was named after Fritz Todt. Fritz Todt was a brilliant civil engineer. He was the father of the German Autobahn system. During the World War II period, Adolf Hitler asked Fritz Todt to lend his engineering expertise to the military program of the Third Reich, which he did. He established an engineering agency which was called the Todt Organization. Now, Fritz Todt died in a plane crash in 1942 at the height of World War II. And one of his deputies named Xaver Dorsch, X-A-V-E-R-D-O-R-S-C-H, took over control of the agency. And one of the things that Hitler tasked Xaver Dorsch with specifically was to embark on an accelerated program of construction of massive deep underground bases for industrial production, for industrial manufacturing in support of the Third Reich's war effort, which he did. However, the war brought an end to that. So after the war, when the Allies, including the Americans, flooded into German-occupied Europe and into Germany itself, they discovered these underground facilities. And the Americans took Xaver Dorsch into detention, and he was actually in American prisoner of war camps for at least a couple of years. The United States Army extensively debriefed Xaver Dorsch. I have a couple of those debriefing documents that he wrote out. I assume that there was a great deal more that I didn't get my hands on and can't, because quite a lot of what happened during and after World War II remains classified to this day. However, I did find a couple of Project Paperclip memos from 1947 that specifically requested Xaver Dorsch by name to be brought to the United States to work on the United States military's underground plant construction program. But he did have a career after World War II. The American military certainly was well aware of who Xaver Dorsch was and his expertise. In his day, he was probably the preeminent authority on underground-based construction, whether in Germany or in the United States. And so his services were definitely requested by the United States military after the war, and I suspect that he did come to the United States, but he had a much lower public profile than Werner von Braun, because what the underground-based construction program is a very highly secretive and highly secure program that continues to this day. After the war, the United States military embarked on an almost frantic program of deep underground military construction. which continues to this day, and actually my research indicates it continues undersea as well, with underwater bases and tunnels. Lloyd Dushak, the Deputy Director of Engineering and Construction for the United States Army Corps of Engineers, gave a talk at a civil engineering excavation conference at MIT in 1987, where he very plainly spoke about the program of underground construction that the United States military embarked on at the close of World War II. They've never stopped. And in the process of that speech, Dushak said point blank that the United States military has made underground structures, complex, sophisticated underground structures that he cannot discuss publicly, but that are very interesting. So there's no question that the secret underground bases do exist. The United States military has them. Other countries have them as well. And by the way, it's not only the military of the United States or of other countries, who are making these underground and also undersea facilities. Other agencies and organizations do it as well. All that is needed is the requisite will, funding, expert personnel, and technology.
On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground. Then to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes.
It is possible to create an underground or an undersea base virtually anywhere on planet Earth. One of my expert sources told me, when I asked him the same question you just asked me, he said point blank, it's child's play. It's well within the state of the art of modern civil engineering to make a major underground base a mile deep. No problem. That is child's play to make an underground base 1 mile deep. By implication, that suggests it's possible to go even deeper. How much deeper? I don't know, but I've had people tell me that some of the bases are as deep as 10, 12, 14 miles down. I can't prove that. That's what I've been told. But let's just say they can be at least 1 mile deep.
Okay, so if they're 1 mile deep, how would they make that? Like, can you state possibly a piece of technology that you came across in documents you were researching, or? Oh yes. Since at least the 1950s, the mining and civil engineering industries have had the capability to sink major shafts straight down 1, even 2 miles or more, and then to tunnel out from the bottom of the shafts, whether for mining purposes or for other purposes, and create tunnel complexes. Well, the most common form is to use very hard cutting heads on the tunnel boring machines that rotate. It would be like a huge version of the drills used in the petroleum industry and natural gas industry to drill their deep underground boreholes. Only these would be used mostly, not only, but primarily in a horizontal mode, and would have a far larger diameter. But yes, the cutting head would use diamond heads and extremely hard metallic alloys that would cut away the rock and gouge their way through. And then behind the cutting head, there is a system of conveyors that take the crushed rock back behind the machine, and it can be carried away down the tunnel either by conveyors or through a slurry pipe, or through narrow gauge railways. All three of these methods are in wide use in the mining industry and underground tunneling industry.
I've heard theories of also nuclear-powered drills.
Yes, I cite this technology in my first book. These are called subterranes, S-U-B-T-E-R-R-E-N-E. Subterranes are nuclear-powered. They use a small fission nuclear reactor. The nuclear reactor is contained within a machine. It heats up a reservoir of lithium into a liquid form. The lithium is a metal, by the way, but it's heated up and it's circulated tubing through the cutting edge or cutting face of this nuclear tunnel boring machine. This is as described in the patents. And this in turn causes the head of the machine to heat up to about 16 or 1700 degrees Fahrenheit, which then liquefies the rock face of the tunnel and into a molten state. And because of the pressure, mechanical pressure of the machine, as it presses forward the tunnel, it displaces this molten rock and plasters it against the side of the tunnel in a molten vitreous form, so that as the machine moves along, it leaves behind this hot, glassy surface that then cools, and you get a glassy, hard rock glass type of surface to the interior of the tunnel. The research and design was done at Los Alamos National Laboratories back in the 20th century. And right about towards the end of the Vietnam War and coming forward, there was an R&D effort, and there were some patents granted to the research team at Los Alamos. If they are in use, they are being used clandestinely in great secrecy.
There are millions of patents, and very, very few of them actually make it to production. A lot of them don't even work. Is there anything that actually says these are real thermonuclear boring machines?
I went to Bechtel in Las Vegas, Nevada, and put in subterrane, which is what they called one of these, a subterrane, into their computer system. These are images of the subterrane being tested up at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratories. The actual boring tips get superheated and they melt through solid rock. There's no excavation of materials that are needed. The rock penetrates, cracks, and presses liquid molten glass up through a lining all the way around it.
Deep underground military bases. Could there be such a thing? And Phil Schneider, who could believe such testimony? Maybe, in order to understand these extraordinary claims, we must first know who Phil Schneider was.
Well, it looks like Philip grew up in a Navy Armed Force family, because he was all over places with his dad. So one of the places they went to was Washington, D.C. So let's see, while he was young, I think they also went to London.
London, England? What years would that be?
It was in the early 50s, 1950s. And one of the letters that Oscar wrote about the autopsy of the Philadelphia experiment crew member was actually done while he was in London. And what happened was one of the crew members died in Virginia, and he was in London at the time, and he came in from London to Virginia to do the autopsy. So he was like the centralized person. No matter where he was, he had to come in and autopsy the bodies when they died. Philip's father, Oscar, was finding in the Philadelphia experiment the items that he was pulling out of their back of their eyes and their arms and their legs, these little things that looked like transistors. That's exactly what they were. They were little surveillance items that were placed into the bodies of the Philadelphia experiment crew members. So he was in London, and I think that's when Oscar was working in NATO as well. He was doing a lot of armed force work in NATO. But he kind of knew that his dad was doing a lot of top secret things later on in life.
Phil's father, Oscar Otto Schneider, also was involved in government secrecy and black projects. In the 1990s, during Phil Schneider's lecture tour in the United States, he was known to carry many documents and pictures providing evidence to the testimony about certain controversial subjects he was discussing.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Valiant Thor. He's right here. There's my father in the background. This whole place, the ready room of the USS Eldridge, Al Bielek has probably explained, or maybe even shown you this picture. There's a list of some of the notable people in it. They're all the atomic bomb scientists of the day, all the time variant experimentalists of the day, all the top physicists of that particular day. This was in August of 1943.
4 documents which Phil had carried with him on lecture tour are allegedly from Oscar Schneider while he was in office working for the United States Navy in the 1950s, during which time the alleged Philadelphia experiment took place. These documents are very interesting because they may be a smoking gun to support the theory that in fact the Philadelphia experiment did happen. The first document, which you've already seen, details an autopsy report on one of the crew members from the Philadelphia experiment, that is the USS Eldridge. In this letter to Lieutenant General Nathan F. Twining, it looks like Phil's father, Oscar, is talking about the USS Eldridge again, and talking about the search for it after the Philadelphia experiment went wrong and apparently it went missing.
This letter also makes mention of J. Edgar Hoover, former director of the FBI, since 1924 when it was established. He's been said to be part of a UFO conspiracy cover-up.
And in this regard, it's talking about psychological testing of crew members which were found after the DE-173 USS Eldridge reappeared. In this third letter, Edward Condon allegedly is being addressed by Oscar in regards to a mistake where 7 former crew members of the USS Eldridge had escaped from a psychological unit where Oscar had been testing them. Now, what's also interesting in this letter is that J. Edgar Hoover has apparently made this whole incident a 1A prime directive classification, which must mean something in regards to top secret. He also talks about Nikola Tesla's spatial analyzer. So Nikola Tesla has been indicated from numerous sources as part of the Philadelphia experiment. And furthermore, Condon, again, a very notoriously known UFOlogy debunker, who is most infamously known for writing the Condon Report. In the fourth and final letter, Oscar Schneider writes in regards again to the Philadelphia experiment. And I think it speaks for itself. This is what it says. In consideration of the latent facts, in considering the fate of the USS Thurenseth, DE-173, all ships' personnel and material must be quarantined absolute until further notice. No exceptions. An on-site naval inspection is ordered forthwith as Bureau of Ships reticent requirements in Section 93A. Please include DE-173's ship's log to Admiral Roscoe Hillenkolt. USN, consider these and all events of nature above secret. C-Class ARH F-9, Project Blue Sky. Oscar Schneider, Captain, USN.
As Philip grew up, he went to Lincoln High School here in Portland, because I have a transcript of his senior high school. So that was pretty normal, except it does indicate on that transcript that he had an IQ of 163. Now, I know Philip told me that before he had his medical issues, he could speak 11 languages. And I believe that, because he would suddenly, in the middle of the night, sleeping together, he would suddenly start rattling off different languages. And I'm familiar with different languages only because I work with a diverse group at my office for the state of Oregon, where a lot of my coworkers have come from other nations. So this is all though in his sleep he consciously couldn't remember how to speak those languages, but in his sleep unconsciously he could still connect with some of them. There have been 4 years at Duke University. I would say late 60s he started his work, and then I have Social Security records under a wrong Social Security number, and I think this is how the Black Ops get away with a lot of things, is they put you under the wrong Social Security number so you can't prove your work history with them. But I can prove that under the wrong Social Security number he worked for Morrison Knudsen, which is a contractor. It's a civilian contractor that works for the Army or Navy, and not unlike what's happening in Iraq today. You hear about all these contractors doing work out there, and then some of them were captured and killed or tortured. That's exactly what was happening back during the Vietnam War. Then he did Dulce, New Mexico, where he was shot in the chest. Then he had to recover. He did some work in Trojan Nuclear after that. By the early 1980s, he was applying for SSI. So I know by the early 1980s, his career is done. He's so injured that he could not do any more work, and his memory is like totally lost as to what he did before. It wasn't until after we got married and he got good medical care and it stopped taking the medications he was taking when I first met him that he started to remember all of the things that are now on the internet. Well, I kind of knew about Philip. I mean, I had met him through the Oregon Agate and Mineral Society in Portland, Oregon, and I had been a past president of the society. We had about 500 members. So, you know, it's a large group of people who came together every other week to study rocks and minerals. And
what year was this?
1985. I was at the Oregon Agate and Mineral Society meeting, and Philip came in and he was on crutches, and he had his leg bandaged from top to bottom, hobbling in, and he sat down next to me and we got to talking, and I told him about how I wanted to go on this vacation, and he offered to watch my dog while I was gone on my vacation, and I thought that was so nice of him. So I drove him home. He lived way far away from the meeting place. He lived in downtown Portland. And when we came into his apartment, he had this big chalkboard, a big giant one, and it had a drawing of what looked like a little space shuttle or something, and a big dotted line that went and connected with it. And there were a whole bunch of formulas. I mean, like, he was way into whatever it was he was looking at. And I asked him about it. He said that was the Challenger, which had just exploded. And he was telling me how a cosmosphere had shot it down. But he really started to introduce me to the Black Ops, to the world that's different than what we know.
Hello, Marie. work?
Lots of food and soft drink.
So tell me when did Phil start telling you about his past and his work?
It was soon after I determined that the Dilantin that he was taking was actually killing him rather than helping him. He kept saying that he had to take Dilantin to prevent seizures. But I noticed when he took Dilantin, he would have a seizure. It was the other way around. It was actually killing him. And it was disrupting him emotionally, physically, so much that he didn't have much of a memory of anything in his past. And then after we were married, he got really good medical care. It slowly started to come back. I mean, it was like, he would even say to me, gee, I hope you don't think I'm like lying because I'm just remembering this, but wow, you know, these things start coming up and I just suddenly remember what's really happened. And he talked about his friend Ron. I had met Ron early on before Philip and I got married.
What year do you think that was?
I would say 2 years before he was murdered, so we're talking 94. I know he was out on the lecture tour by then. But that's really when it started. When Oscar died, it might have been 94, Philip went down into his basement, found the file cabinet full of stuff that was just unbelievable. And he showed me most of that. I mean, I saw the original envelopes with the original paperwork that had the drawings on it. I saw the original photographs with the stamps on the back from the Navy. I mean, it was all real stuff. This was not faked. He shared so much with me, even though we were divorced at the time. So I saw all this stuff that came out of the file cabinet. But he'd been talking to Ron about it a lot. They were doing a little alien magazine, a little digest. And then his dad died and he found all this stuff in the basement. Well, Ron was murdered that same year. And that infuriated Philip. He says, how dare they come in and kill my friends?
Knutson or any of these other big companies have anything to do with the construction of these underground facilities?
I spent years going through reams of technical documentation from the military-industrial complex. I just accumulated thousands and thousands of pages of it. And Morrison Knutson is one of those that would pop up in the bibliographies, along with companies like Parsons, Mengerhoff, Clay and Douglas, Hewitt, Black and Vetch. You won't easily find this stuff on the internet. I found these documents by going to federal document repositories at major university libraries in the United States and also to federal agency document repositories. Of course, you have two military agencies, the Army Corps of Engineers, which is definitely involved in constructing underground bases and tunnels. It has been for more than half a century. You also have the U.S. Navy Seabees, who also work in underground and undersea construction. Those would be the lead military agencies, but there are large corporations that are involved. The Bechtel Corporation is one. Then you have the tunnel boring machine companies such as the Robbins Company in Yelm, Washington, the Lovac tunnel boring machine. A number of these companies, which for decades have worked very closely with not only the United States military agencies, but also other agencies in construction of underground facilities and tunnels, and also, well, highly trained engineers, funding. They provide facilities, construction facilities and administrative facilities, not only in the United States, but in the case of these larger companies all around the world. And you have to understand that the American government and the American military agencies and also other organizations that the American government, whether on the civil side or the military side, interface with, have a global reach. They have a global scope of operations. So when they embark on any major project, including the construction of undersea and or underground bases, tunnels, and facilities of any kind, they need to work with other agencies and corporations that are able to operate internationally. From a logistical standpoint, they have the capability to move machinery, personnel, and money around the world. When you're involved in a large project, you may need to move hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of funding around the world, from country to country, from city to city, to subsidiaries, in between various government agencies. So you need to have a sophisticated accounting operation, for one thing. You need to be able to move personnel around. So you need to have a company that's able to get visas and work permits and find housing and transportation and medical care and on for a workforce. And you also need to be able to move machinery around, ships, tunnel boring machines, the materials that you'll need, stainless steel, structural steel, concrete. These are massive undertakings, and to do that you need to have large organizations with the bureaucratic and administrative structure that's capable of supporting projects like this. So that's why you have these large corporations involved. With these corporations, it's like a shell game, and it's harder and harder to find out who is working for whom and what they're doing and under what conditions. The so-called Morrison Knudsen is now owned by something called URS as of 4 years ago, 2007. So you see that when I say I'm not sure Morrison Knudsen exists per se anymore, it's been enveloped. It makes it hard to follow what they're doing and to follow the money and the contracts, because the names in the corporate alliances are constantly changing in a state of flux at a very high level.
Could you also maybe lend to the audience some examples of real underground facilities?
The most famous one would be under Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, which used to be the NORAD headquarters. Now it's a backup NORAD base. NORAD has moved to Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado, not far away. But that would be the most famous one. I guess it's appeared in many movies. As large, as sophisticated, as deep. Then you also have the famous FEMA underground base beneath Mount Weather in Northern Virginia. It's run by FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It's also quite deep, sophisticated, large. It amounts to an actual small town, deep underground. There are others. There's so-called Site R complex that is the Pentagon's alternate command center, which is underground on the border between Maryland and Pennsylvania. And then, of course, you have the well-known Area 51 facility. There's been quite a lot of underground tunneling, excavation done there. Many people have spoken about facilities out there. And then there are other ones that are perhaps less well-known. The NSA in Laurel, Maryland. Of course, NSA is the National Security Agency. Has a very large, deep sophisticated facility beneath its base, which is at Fort Meade. Fort Meade is an armed facility, but the NSA is actually the major activity there. And there are just literal acres, multiple acres of supercomputers beneath Fort Meade that go down and down and down, level after level. I've been told 20 levels, maybe more. And then Los Alamos National Lab in northern New Mexico. Then you have Camp David in Maryland. Many people are familiar with Camp David as the United States presidential retreat where presidents often helicopter to for rest and relaxation. But less commonly known is that there is a massive underground facility that spreads out for miles. Another underground facility is beneath Washington, D.C. There are miles of tunnels beneath Washington, D.C. of many kinds, and including beneath the White House. There's a vast, deep underground facility beneath the White House. It's been there for at least since the 1960s. It's very deep, multiple levels, and stretches out a long ways. I spoke to one person who was in it back in the 1960s, and the part she was in, she entered a corridor that was 17 levels beneath the White House.
Could you name like a underground military base that the United States has built in another country?
Well, for example, in the run-up to the first war against Iraq, Bechtel built 3 deeply buried, sophisticated underground facilities in Saudi Arabia. They were used during the war, the first war. Stormin Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the American military commander, spent most of that war underground in Saudi Arabia. Switzerland, the Swiss Alps are just tunneled out. I've heard them described as being excavated like Swiss cheese. There's a hole as full of holes as Swiss cheese. And the Chinese, it has come to light that the Chinese have constructed something like 3,000 miles of underground tunnels to house their nuclear arsenal. And the Chinese have also on Hainan Island, which is off the southern Chinese coast, constructed a vast underground naval base that accommodates ocean-going military vessels, both surface vessels and also submarine. The Chinese bring submarines from the China Sea into this underground base on shore, and they bring the submarines in underwater through massive underwater tunnels. I've read that there are 11 of these tunnels. So there's some examples. This is not restricted to the United States, of course.
What's the point? Well, what's the benefit of building all of these bases in and around the world? What is it for? Is it for keeping things secret? And what are they keeping secret? Is it for keeping things away from the public? And then, is it also for protection in some way? Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, to all of that. All of those are considerations. The motivation for going deep underground and or deep undersea is often driven by concerns of security and secrecy. Weapons production and storage happens underground, whether for nuclear weapons or other kinds. This has been going on ever since the World War II period. You also have scientific research facilities underground. The CERN Super Collider on the border of Switzerland and France would be a good example. That one is very much publicly known and discussed. There are other underground research facilities, including at Area 51 and elsewhere, that operate much more out of the public eye. There are many rumors about clandestine extraterrestrial facilities, both underground and undersea, and a growing number of people have come forward over the years with anecdotal accounts of having seen and or been taken into such facilities by a variety of reasons, both by extraterrestrials and also by shadowy elements of the United States military by clandestine units. I do take these stories seriously. I do believe that these types of facilities exist. What are the reasons that they would be here in underground? Again, for secrecy, for security, and for purposes of communication, command, and control. The same reasons that the United States military builds underground bases.
It has absorbed ufology. It has absorbed all the other disciplines: paleoanthropology, paleoarchaeology, astrobiology, mythology. Everything is coming under the umbrella of exopolitics, because in the old style ufology, the government would interfere with the physical evidence. You take the evidence to the government lab, say I have a bit of material from a craft, and they would confiscate it, and they say it never existed. But with exopolitics, we are able to have a platform where qualitative measures are acceptable. We use it just the same way as with your legal system. If you have a murder and there's no body, you can still get convicted based on the witness testimony. And I would say that's the essence of exopolitics. Am I speaking too fast? No. Okay, just tell me.
Richard Seiler has investigated these deep underground bases. Some of them are actually carved into the side of underground mountains under the sea. Quite a few abductees, quite a few military abductions that I've investigated in my labs spoken of these deep underground bases where humans with their supposedly their back-engineered technology. In some cases, extraterrestrials that they witnessed in joint human ET technology transfer programs, which might involve, to some extent, mind control techniques. Certainly they've given the secret government certain technologies in exchange for certain privileges perhaps on the planet. We don't really know the exact details of these agreements. Phil Schneider was definitely there. He was one of the engineers that was responsible for creating these underground bases. And I don't have any reason to doubt that at some point he actually tunneled into perhaps a section of the base where he shouldn't have, where there were off-worlders. And of course, when you have somebody from the outside coming into direct contact with these beings under the ground who have their own hierarchies, it leads to some sort of conflict. Now, I have no doubt that some kind of shootout took place. I mean, we know Phil Schneider has actually showed these severe wounds, cuts down his chest, down his stomach, his hands. So he definitely had some sort of altercation with extraterrestrials for these bases. These, as I've said in the presentation, these beings are, to some extent, some of them are indigenous, some are not indigenous. They're manipulating the financial system, and just simply by empowering the elites, empowering the military through technology, they can literally do what they like, whether the military agrees or not. And this is obviously the case that human politics are spurred on by extraterrestrial interference, and we know that's where they prefer to be underground.
Okay, so further to that question, how does a truth embargo on ETs affect global consciousness, reality as we know it, and the evolution of man?
Well, the truth embargo, first of all, anything that limits your consciousness or your intelligence is going to keep you pretty much in the same place. Very little evolution. What we're actually suffering from is not only technical evolution, but a lack of spiritual evolution, which is caused by the same truth embargo. So, the whole point about the truth embargo is that you are not meant to know that there are higher life forms. You're not meant to know that there are alternatives to energy. You're not meant to know that there are 101 other methods of doing many things that we take for granted on this planet. And as long as you're kept in the dark, you're not aware of these other technologies, you will continue to benefit the pockets of the elites who expect you to go out and spend your money on oil and fuel and pay through the nose. Everything you do on this planet, you buy an orange, that orange is going to be cultivated, it takes energy, it's going to be picked, it takes energy, it's going to be packed, it takes energy, it's going to be shipped, it takes energy. When you get it, you take it home, it takes energy. So everything is revolving around oil. They don't want you to know that oil is not necessary. It's a multi-zillion, quadrillion industry. And they kill for it. Because we are not aware of 99.9% of our reality. We're only aware, as I said to you in my talk about the politics of ontology, as Dr. John Mack said, the Harvard psychiatrist. Our reality is determined by a handful of people using those pillars of the worldview I explained to you as the education system, financial system, the military-industrial complex, the intelligence operatives, etc. They are determining what's true, what's not true, what's real, what's not real. They make the press, who totally failed us, that's another pillar of the worldview, ridicule the subject. And yet, we know it's totally true. You've seen at this conference, everybody is like, most of the people have seen UFOs themselves.
The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed both by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World, end quote, the New World Order, which is an even higher entity, and who these higher entities are taking their orders from.
Well, one question that arises is whether or not there is the legendary, much talked about deal between human government groups and non-humans, the human-alien deal. This idea was put out really first in the late 1980s by John Lear. You know, all I can say at this point is that anything is possible. I do believe that there are a number of other beings that are here, other beings, whatever they are. There were rumors going right back to the 1950s about, for example, President Eisenhower supposedly meeting with non-humans. These rumors came out almost immediately after the fact in 1954. There have been a number of individuals who have claimed to have been present or who have been at Edwards Air Force Base in California where Eisenhower supposedly met with ETs back in 1954. Crazy as it sounds, I think it's possible. So if that is possible, is it then possible that such a deal went wrong? For example, what would the deal have included? It could have included we humans getting certain technologies and knowledge from them in exchange for them having the ability to do certain things in our society without us giving them acid for it. For them having a permanent base somewhere, maybe in Nevada. Or for them, every now and then, taking a human being to examine them, but then returning them. This is the claim of the human-alien deal. And the claim, furthermore, is that we learned during the 70s and 80s that they were not abiding by their agreement. That they were taking humans, not telling us, not telling the human government, and so forth. None of this, I have any idea if this is true or not. I have no idea. I try to deal with facts, I try to deal with confirmed data. This is not confirmed. You got to keep it open. What I would say is that it would very much be in the interest of a visiting race to make a deal with the U.S. government. Why not? Sure, they might be able to wipe us out if they felt like it, but maybe that's too much of a hassle for them. Maybe it's just a lot easier to deal with the local governing power. And so it would make sense to make an arrangement with the local strongman, which would be the U.S. military, U.S. government. And if you really want to get, subterranean here, so to speak, there would be a lot of benefit from a visiting race of extraterrestrials to exploit Earth and humanity to the max. A lot of folks in this field believe that any visiting ET race would by their nature be peaceful and nonviolent. I never agreed with this. I don't understand at all why, just because you have better technology, then that means you're nicer. You can be just as exploitative. Look at human history. We've got great technology these days. It doesn't mean we're any less exploitative than people were 5,000 years ago. Where would they be? Well, look, if you come from someplace that's not here, really makes sense, doesn't it, to create a secure environment for yourself, probably under the ground. It's the best place to be. Think about it. If you evolved in an environment that's different from Earth, I mean, we humans, we belong here. We are used to the specific solar radiation that we get. We're used to the microbes that live here on Earth with us. The specific, all the features of planet Earth are suitable for human beings. They may not be as suitable for some other type of species that didn't come from here. When I go through the various witness reports, alleged reports of encounters that people have had with these other entities, that also reinforces my opinion that we're dealing with multiple groups. So at this point in the game, my working assumption is that humanity right now is interacting really on a covert basis with multiple highly intelligent non-human groups that are here. And they're here for purposes that might very well be quite varied. It's not necessarily the case that they all have one agenda. Now, some of these groups, some of these entities, according to, again, witness accounts, are like the prototypical Greys, that is the short, humanoid, large black eyes, big head, spindly arms, and so on. Another type of non-human that's been discussed are reptoid types, that is, large, kind of intimidating reptilian creatures. Yet another type that's been reported are what we might call mantid or insectoid type creatures. All of this is bizarre, and you might ask yourself, well, what's going on? But yet these reports are consistent across many, many years and many different types of people. Some who are utterly ignorant of the lore or of the literature about this, and they still report these sane, ordinary people. So that gives me pause. That makes me really wonder if these reports are consistent with some of the more ancient myths that people have reported back in earlier times.
There's a number of you ladies present, so I won't gore you out, but Al has seen some of the wounds, and there's a few other people that have been to a few of my other lectures, and they can attest that I have been shot. I've been run off the road, I've been pushed off the road, I've been mostly shot at. 11 of my best friends in the last 22 years have been murdered. 8 of them called suicide. I finally got wind of one of them. Portland police is now involved in one of them. Murder by suicide, I call it. My friend Ronald Lee Rummel was an Air Force officer. He's a Silver Star winner. There's a good chance that when I fly back to Vegas, I have to drive home. I left my car down in Vegas. I have to drive home alone. I'm scared to hell.
Look, let's get right down to it. When you're dealing with something of the magnitude, what it appears to be, that is the presence of a variety of non-humans here on Earth that are here for some sort of agenda, and everything else that goes along with that, including possible collaboration by various human groups with them. This is obviously incredibly explosive material. And so it goes without saying that the intelligence agencies, the deep black agencies, black ops groups that are involved in this would need to keep this as quiet as possible. They would have to, for their own preservation. So in other words, secret becomes the ultimate goal for this, and that means secrecy, in theory, forever. Forever. Secrecy forever. Which means, furthermore, that, you know, if there are leaks that are going to come out about this, you have to find a way to disable those leaks. Either by disabling the information or the individual behind it. Doesn't have to be by killing them. It could mean by ruining their reputation, by discrediting them in one way or another. That's just as good. But that there's the ultimate way to silence someone, that's by snuffing their life out. Certainly one thing that we know in the last 60, 70 years is that assassination techniques have become very, very sophisticated. Very sophisticated. The art of suiciding someone, that is, killing them, making it be a suicide. This is widespread. It's been widespread for many years. During the days of the Cold War, the KGB was very good at this. But guess what? So was the CIA. We have many cases of this happening. To this day, you're not going to get the CIA to admit it, but we know that this happened. It happened in the case of a fellow named Frank Olson in the early 1950s, who had been a biological warfare expert, who was given LSD without knowledge by a CIA friend. Well, Olson had a very bad trip. Long story short, he was taken to a large hotel in New York City, the 10th floor, and was thrown out the window. It made it seem like a suicide. It was no suicide. Olson was killed because he'd become a security risk. This is an old game. So back to our scenario here of multiple non-human groups with possible human-alien interaction going on. This is a secret that has to be kept from their point of view. And anyone who threatens that secrecy has got to be handled, whether by discrediting that person or failing all else by killing them.
This is an account of Phil's death, a case which reeks of suspicion, disregard, and neglect of duty. The first official police report identifies Phil's cause of death to be of natural causes. On January 17, 1996, Deputy Officer McClelland is alerted by a suspicious apartment manager that he has not seen Phil for weeks. Officer McClelland finds Phil's body on the floor beside his bed, with his face in the seat of the wheelchair. Medical examiner Mr. Coleman will not respond to the crime scene. Phil had been dead for 3 to 4 days. His body is then whisked away to a funeral home. January 18th, Mr. Took calls from the funeral home to alert the police he has found a catheter cord wrapped around Phil's neck. Detective Hagen investigates further on January 18th. He calls medical examiner Coleman and Sergeant Joyce, who both elect not to respond. Upon further investigation, while interrogating Deputy McClelland, the deputy recalls the catheter cord being near Phil's neck at the scene of the crime, but cannot make sense of it. It is explained in the report that the only person that could be around Phil during those days was a woman from the Oregon Senior and Disabled Services. Other things found inside the apartment include 7 pill medications and 1 liquid cough syrup. An autopsy is to be held by Dr. Gunson on January 19th. Detectives Harris and Kennel are assigned to the case. The autopsy report describes Phil's death as by asphyxiation. Dr. Gunson goes on to say that neck wounds will be described below, but no descriptions of neck wounds are given. Later in the report, the doctor describes there being no neck wounds and no sign of struggle. The stomach material shows no sign of pills. Blood and urine are placed on a 3-month hold. The catheter cord is described as being wrapped around Phil's neck once and then tied from the front, very tight. Now, you must ask yourself, how can Phil not have hung himself and be found dead by strangulation on the floor with his face in the seat of his own wheelchair inside his apartment. Is this something you could do yourself? Is this something he could have done himself without taking any pills in order to sedate or pass out? Even worse, the blood and urine that was put on a 3-month hold is reported by Dr. Gunson to Cynthia as being further on hold for 1 year. When Cynthia follows up after a year, they are said to be lost, so there is no way to prove that Phil was knocked out by any chemicals. So what do we have here? Do we have a murder, or do we have a suicide? On January 19th, the case is closed. Phil's death has been changed to death by suicide. This is further indicated in his death certificate. Something of more suspicion in regards to the news of his death, maybe in order to further cover it up. An obituary is given to the newspaper, not by Cynthia, and it states that Phil Schneider had died by natural causes.
This is it, dudes. This is what we came to see.
No Navy planes that we could see.
There were no jets, no planes of any kind, no helicopters. We did see something, in fact, we did see something right around 5:45. And around 5:50, that's when we saw the first saucer come out of Area 51. Right. It stayed around for about 10 minutes. Yep. And then it went back down.
Right.
And then the other two came out. We thought they were trucks. We did.
We really did.
We had no evidence whatsoever. Well, that's it now. We'll call Georgie.
He wrote a number of interesting articles called Alien Digest. His death was called suicide. It's now being reinvestigated as a homicide. 2 of 3 people have been implicated. One was got 2 in custody. One was an NSA and one was a TF fellow, or they were retired. And they didn't like what this person was doing, and so I guess they decided to get rid of me. He's my best friend. I grew up in. I knew him for the better part of 30 years. He's about the most honest person. He came clean with everything. If he didn't know 100%, he didn't talk about it.
Author Ron Rummel was about to publish a book revealing what he believed to be the real purpose of the Star Wars project when his body was found here in McClay Park in Portland, Oregon. His death was ruled suicide, but few agree with that verdict.
As far as the police and the FBI are concerned, it's case closed. Unfortunately, there's the shocking thing that his murderer, I believe his murderer, is still out there at large.
Why is it you're speaking out?
There have been enough lives taken under the premise of suicide when they were actually very stable individuals. They had families and they had lives to look forward to, and they had every reason to live. And if there is some form of conspiracy out there, then the more people that are talking might end up saving lives in the long run. Probably the reason I got shot to pieces and 11 attempts on my life is I am a direct threat to the entire system. The New World Order, the alien agenda is one and the same. It's world takeover and the decimation of the population of this planet.
Well, there you go, Dennis. Where? Hey, how are you? I want to thank...
Christian God is the one and only true living God, the creator of heaven and the universe. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
I agree.
You are anti-Christ. You will be dead.
Is that his jacket? Is that his jacket? Is that his jacket? First of all, I agree Jesus Christ is the Lord. I believe in that. I do have a question. I think the young man may have left his jacket. So make sure that he gets his jacket. Oh, that's yours. Hold on. It's hers. And I think somebody's car keys are in there too. See, we're having all kinds of confusion here.
We'd like to welcome you back to our current event and weekly Bible study for July 20th, 2008, and we're going to continue in regard to this discussion on the whole alien agenda, disclosure, on these various other things we've been talking about. Reading from this article that we've been talking about, he goes on to say some skeptics have taken the position that the UFO alien phenomenon can be best explained as a form of psychosis or hysteria as conceptualized within Jungian psychology. Others view it as an elaborate governmental hoax designed to further confuse the American populace. Such an insight is coherently expounded upon in the book Space Aliens from the Pentagon by Bill Line, former Air Force intelligence officer. But what better way to manipulate one's perception of reality than by throwing out several different scenarios, thereby making it difficult to ascertain a consistent pattern or trend that would hopefully lead to finding the elusive truth. Now see, that's the thing. The reason that so many people don't talk about this, particularly if they're Christians, is because they're afraid they're going to be labeled with the tin-foil hat wearing UFO conference going abductee victim Star Trek loving people that are associated with this movement, which nobody wants to be associated with those guys. So let's just not ever talk about it. Let's just ignore it, because that can't have any merit. The sad thing is the people that I just mentioned are the ones that are going to feel most vindicated when this disclosure actually happens. They're going to be the ones with supposed answers that most of the 99% of the supposed Christians are not going to have, because they've been studying this for years and they're going to say, hey, this is exactly what's going on, whereas the average Christian isn't going to have a clue. So if we go further, in adding to the perplexity, cattle mutilations have been theorized to be the nefarious work of space creatures for experimental purposes. Others feel it is results of cultic rituals. Yet another explanation is that it's a smokescreen perpetuated by the government military complex in order to escalate our already induced paranoia. A few so-called experts in the field of UFOlogy are excited about the possibility that someday soon these seemingly benevolent and misunderstood intergalactic beings will openly reveal themselves to Earth's human populace, and bring about universal bliss. This grand deception is yet another lie conceived by the one referred to as that old serpent in Revelation 12:9. Remember, this is just a big deception. This is just one more big end-time deception that's rarely ever talked about. It's really going to be the biggest end-time deception if you think about what it's going to tie into with the Antichrist and everything else. As history repeats itself, let it be understood that we are living in a time likened as to in the days of Noah, with dark skies prevailing and overwhelming presence of evil around us. And so what are we to do? 1 Corinthians 10:13 says, there hath no temptation taken you, but such is common to man. But God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above ye are able, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that you may be able to bear it. That's what we're talking about today. If you don't have any education on this thing, and this goes down, and you don't have any explanation, there's going to be a temptation for you to fall away. Like the Bible talks about in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, the falling away, the apostasy of the church. But if you're educated on it, it's going to actually do the exact opposite, because it's going to make sense to you, even from a biblical standpoint. Line up with the Word of God. There is no physical place to hide from this onslaught of carnality except by taking refuge in our spiritual fortress, the Lord Jesus Christ, as it talks about in Psalm 91, really the whole Psalm 91. I trust this article provided sufficient information to render an objective conclusion from, now this is the writer talking, from my perspective, these extraterrestrials are nothing less than demons in aliens' clothing. Grievously, many have and will succumb to the seductive aroma of the pseudo-enlightenment of the New Age. See Mark 13:33. May we abide in Jesus Christ, lest we partake in the abominations held within the mystery of iniquity, which doth already work, according to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, 7 through 12. So that's the end of that particular article. Now we're going to go, now if you thought that was heavy duty, well, it only gets, I don't know, better, worse, I don't know. I guess it depends on your perception. This next article we're going to be talking about is from a New Ager. Okay, now sometimes you know I do this. I'll actually read New Age things to see. Now, we've looked at it from a Christian standpoint. Okay, what is this going? Now, what are the New Agers who are earnestly awaiting this day, and they know it's coming, and they can't wait? They're wringing their hands, and they're salivating over the fact that they know this is coming. The Ascended Masters, official disclosure, the arrival of the Antichrist. But they're viewing it in a totally good sense. The unity of the one world government. Mother Gaia won't be grieved anymore. They know it's coming. So in this next article, it's entitled Reasons Why Vatican Astronomers Said that the belief in extraterrestrials is okay. Now remember, we've already done 3-part teaching on this whole Vatican disclosure thing. So we're going to be hearing one part from this New Ager, and then the next part from one of these ascended masters that we've talked about, named Ashtar. And his response is that we are getting ready for mass divine intervention. That's what these ascended masters are saying. Now remember, these ascended masters are the same ones that are saying, well, I'm going to come back and I'm going to be the 5th Buddha. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to be Jesus Christ incarnate. That one's Sananda Emmanuel, they call him. He's the same looking Jesus as the Catholic pictures all portray. Now, can you imagine? I'm just talking about a couple different things today. We've got alien disclosure. We've got arrival of these entities that are going to come and step up to the forefront of their respective religions and say, I am the awaited Messiah. Can you imagine if all this stuff started happening around the same time? And if it was in conjunction with World War III, which most likely it will be? And let's throw an avian flu pandemic in there. There's a worldwide pandemic. Wars and rumors of wars. And then let's throw in some natural disasters too, like earthquakes in diverse places, also like the Bible predicts, and tidal waves and things of this nature. Can you imagine if all this stuff started going down at the same time? Martial law? Because you'd have martial law if World War III happened, most likely. Or if an avian flu pandemic or any kind of pandemic broke out. Or if there was a terrorist attack on United States soil. Do you see how easy it would be for all this stuff to start happening at the same time? And then you have these benevolent alien space brother, whatever you want to call them, with their ascended master leaders coming to the forefront saying, hey, listen, we've got all this figured out. You just need to follow us. We need to just be in unity. We need to have a one world government. Put down our our walls, put down aside theological differences, and all come together in unity. Because if we don't, you're all going to die. It's going to happen, most likely, that way. So this is just from June 5th, this New Ager writing. And he goes on to say, it was very interesting, actually not surprising, when the Vatican astronomer recently stated publicly, quote, believing in aliens is okay, and it does not contradict one's faith in God. Well, believing in devils and then Nephilim and these types of things, I agree. But if you believe what the aliens are saying, it does contradict your belief in God because their message is different than the Bible. It's a lie. It's a lie. They did not create us. We're not going to have a nice one-world order utopia where everything's going to be good and we're going to get closer to Jesus Christ. The exact opposite is going to play out, in fact. So, but this is what the Vatican recently said. This, I say, is interesting, back to this article, because it's both a UFO researcher as well as termed a contactee. So this guy's had a first-hand close encounter, okay, with one of these supposed aliens, these demonic creatures. He's been contacted with as well as one term as a contactee with very spiritually evolved, benevolent, human-appearing, angelic Elohim. That's who he was contacted by. Elohim. Which are like gods, if we define that word. Benevolent. No, he got the term benevolent and malevolent mixed up. They're malevolent. They're evil. They're devils. They're of their father the devil. They're of his seed. But see, he believes he's a contactee, and it's been all good for him, at least what he can remember. Because I guarantee you the bad stuff has been erased from his memory banks, or it's buried so deep that it would take hypnotic regression to bring it out, which I don't advise. But yeah, it's been all good for him. Now, when you have these people that come out there and they're, let's say, highly respected in a given field, and then you have other people listening to this, they think, hey, it's all good. They're not really bad guys. Yeah, there may be some factions of the alien races that aren't really for us, but there's more good than there is bad. This is the lie. Then he says, I have a very unique perspective regarding this whole reality. Well, I bet you do. He says, I am very aware of the numerous events connected with UFOs and ETs, and that I also have reason to believe that the Vatican and the Catholic Church have actually always known of this reality. Remember what I said earlier? How they've got all these depictions of Catholic paintings of these UFOs in the background? And sometimes you can actually see entities in them? Well, Catholic religion is the largest pseudo-Christian cult on the planet. It is the biggest Christian, so-called pseudo-Christian counterfeit on the planet. It has more power than probably any other church on the planet. And if you were Satan, which of all the religions that there are, I think that's the one you would really want to make sure you were most in control of. So it's no wonder they have all this, research on this particular subject. As a researcher, he goes on to say, I have spoken to two people in years past that stated to me very seriously that they were both allowed to go through the Vatican libraries and records, that no outsider is usually allowed to visit. See, under the Vatican, there's this gigantic, I guess, library, for lack of better terms, that has just unbelievable types of dark research and historical documentation that nobody is allowed to see typically. Okay? The Vatican records contains the biggest UFO and metaphysical library in the entire world. Both of these people said this. The Vatican records, the biggest UFO and metaphysical library, metaphysical like a cult? Yeah, the Vatican. Why would you expect anything less? Of the numerous things historically from very ancient to more modern day events which have been suppressed from the masses. For example, when Mother Mary appeared at Fatima to the 3 small children, evidence appears to suggest that some are part of the phenomenon that was seen and experienced that day up in the sky also involved very spiritually involved, human-appearing, angelic extraterrestrials and their spaceships, otherwise referred to as UFOs. In fact, for many years, the Vatican has sent their own investigators around the world to personally investigate these types of events. They've got whole departments within the Catholic Church to just specifically investigate these types of events. Now, all these apparitions of Mother Mary and Mother Medjugorje and all these devils that are manifesting to themselves at Fatima, in Lourdes, and all these other places, the ultimate message that they're sending is the exact message that we're getting from the UFOs. We must all unite, these types of things. It's never through the Lord Jesus Christ. Jesus may be mentioned in the Mary things, but it's always like in some, if Mary's mentioning him, it's in some co-redemptrix position. You have to go through Mary to get to Jesus. Jesus was a good man, but ultimately we're going to find out that, we've been deceived on a lot of different levels. And the aliens who are space brothers are going to ultimately help us with this to sort everything out. These investigators from the Vatican have stored their findings in the Vatican libraries along with other things that they've discovered. Also, a couple of specific incidences occurred in which the Catholic Church have direct personal involvement relating to UFOs and extraterrestrial contact. I myself have investigated and am truly convinced they did in fact occur. And both of those individuals referred to earlier were also given confirmation of this when they explored the Vatican library. Now, I've heard of this of more than just 2 people that have been permitted to go into this library. One of these events, now, I should have said this earlier on, but the Bible says in Proverbs 18:13 that he that judgeth the matter before he heareth it, it is a folly and a shame unto him. So this is why I said, you really want to listen to some of my other teachings prior to this one, probably, if you've never heard any of this. This isn't a good first-time teaching for me, if you're trying to listen to this for the first time. Because this is going to totally overwhelm you. But he that judgeth the matter before he heareth it, it is a folly and a shame. But unfortunately, to fully hear this matter, you have to have the right foundation. And I kind of laid that in previous teachings that I mentioned. Now, one of these events that we're talking about with the Vatican that they've researched occurred on February 20th and 21st in 1954. Now, we're going to talk more about this later in depth. And that's part of the reason I did this whole teaching, is leading up to this point. This event is historically documented, and I'm going to give you the website link. It's www.exopolitics.org, and it's study number 8. Thoroughly documented. 40 references, and I'm going to read that paper at the end. This historical event, which was covered up for national security reasons, was that President Eisenhower, this was in 1954, and members of his staff, along with members of a delegation of community leaders representing religious, spiritual, economic, and newspaper cross-segments of society, actually met with extraterrestrials, termed as extraterrestrials, at Edwards Air Force Base, previously known as Muroc Field. Even though this event was covered up, and the official explanation of President Eisenhower's sudden absence for that time period was an emergency visit to the dentist because he had a broken tooth cap. This is fact. I mean, this is documented fact. The facts are verified from more than one source, and I mean they are really verified from more than one source. So we're going to look at all the other sources that they're verified of. Now again, he that judgeth the matter before he heareth it, it is a folly and a shame. So if you're already dismissing this and I don't want to hear it, okay, whatever. If you can't accept this, you're going to have a really hard time with what's coming in the future. Because this pales in comparison to the deception that's coming. Those who were actually there at this event, at Edwards Air Force Base, and others who knew some of those who were there, have been cross-confirming this for years. This author feels that this did take place. Now, ask yourself the question. If it says in the Bible, in Matthew 24:37, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be the days to come in Son of Man, and we look back at Noah, if we were allowed to take a news reporter back to Genesis 6, What would be the greatest story of the day? Okay, this is like pre-flood. Noah's working on the ark. Okay, he's getting out ready. And let's just, okay, we've filmed Noah making the ark. Now let's go out into the city and let's see what's happening. What's the greatest news story of the day? I think we would have to say that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair. They took them wives that they chose. The progeny of this particular union were the giants, the men of old, the men of renown. And they were defiling humanity to the point where God had to send a flood and take out every single thing that had breath in their nostrils. Man, Nephilim, woman, beast, child. Why? Because the seed had been so corrupted, God had no choice. Just like when he told the Israelites when they went into the promised land and they saw these giants in the promised land, you know, where's grasshoppers in their sight, remember that? And there was all these particular races that they fought with that were giants. And I've documented that in the teaching I did on the Nephilim. Well, the reason that they said, okay, go slay every man, woman, beast, was the same reason that everything had to be destroyed in Noah's day. Man, woman, beast, child. Because the seed had been so corrupted and so cursed that everything had to be destroyed. You had to start over. Because once the seed is corrupted, you cannot redeem it. You can't redeem it. Jesus Christ did not come back to redeem Nephilim, hybrid offspring of fallen angels. He didn't come back to redeem them. His blood paid the sin debt for humanity and all mankind. Not for no fallen angel and his kid. Well, that's not fair. God's ways are not our ways. His ways are higher than ours. That was never God's intention, to have fallen angels procreating with women. That's not God's fault. So don't blame him for that. Blame Satan and the devils and these types of things. So this would have been the greatest news story of Genesis 6. Okay, if you were a news reporter allowed to go back and bring back a story back to modern day, don't you think that would have been the greatest news story? I mean, it wouldn't have been Noah building the ark. No, it would have been how society had been so corrupted. Do you think, where it talks about these fallen angels, do you think the fallen angels might have, do you think the giants and the fallen angels might have intimidated mankind? Who do you think was ruling the roost at that point? Who do you think was in control of whatever government existed in Genesis 6? Do you think it was man telling the fallen angels what to do? Well, Mr. Fallen Angel, who's greater in power than I. I mean, these weren't I guess you can't call them Christians back then, but they weren't like Noah. No. So, knowing that the governmental institutions of Noah's day, I mean, come on, let's just do the math here. They were integrally related with the people of Noah's day, and were actively trying to corrupt the seed line. Knowing that that's a foregone conclusion that was happening. Why would it be any wonder that these supposed alien entities who comes as wolf in sheep's clothing and come to our government and say, hey, listen, we want to have this meeting with you. Why would that be of any surprise to us? I guess I said all that to say that. Oh, wow, they had a meeting. No, I can't grasp that. This treaty that was signed at this meeting was called the Grenada Treaty. And again, we're going to talk about that further a little bit later. But why would this be of any surprise or amazement? The person who represented the religious portion of Earth society at this meeting was a well-known cardinal. Oh, good, the Catholic Church. Imagine that. And I quote from this research, I mean, why not the Catholic Church? Of all religions, that would be the one that would be most in tune. I mean, hey, you'd probably studied the Vatican Research Library. He probably went in there with probably the best perspective of all people at this meeting. Well-known cardinal, and I quote from the research paper, Cardinal James Francis McIntyre was the bishop and head of the Catholic Church of Los Angeles at the time from 1948 to 1970. And this is one of the people that went in there with President Eisenhower. For it was theorized that he would have been an important gauge for the possible reaction from the religious leaders generally. and in particular from the most influential and powerful religions, religious leaders generally, religious institutions on the planet. The Roman Catholic Church, of course. In particular, Cardinal McIntyre would have been a good choice as a representative for the Vatican, since he was appointed the first cardinal of the Western United States by Pope Pius XII in 1952. The second incident involved a visit to the Vatican of an individual who I believe, both through my own research as well as having been given strong confirmation in communication from my own contacts, that this was a very authentic fellow contactee who had many contacts just as I have. In other words, their contacts are when they're getting abducted and they're making this contact between. These very same types of benevolent and spiritually evolved human-appearing extraterrestrials, referred to as space brothers, were also the same type of extraterrestrials who landed at Edwards Air Force Base when they met with President Eisenhower. The individual known as George Adamski actually met with Pope John Paul the 23rd at the Vatican on May 31st, 1963, a few days before the Pope's death, and actually gave the Pope a sealed, quote, sealed package given to him from his space contacts to be given to the Pope. Now, if you were one of these devils that's posing as these aliens, what religious system are you going to try to key on the most? I would imagine it would be the Catholic devil religion. Two books which describe this document that we're talking about here, of this very historical event, are, the first book is, quote, George Adamski, The Untold Story by Lou Zinzag. What a name, Zinzag. And Lou Zinzag and Timothy Good, and the other is UFO George Adamski, Their Man on Earth. In the first book, there is an actual photograph of the specific medallion which was given to Adamski by Pope John Paul the 23rd. This medallion, by the way, is a very special medallion and very rare, and has only been given to a very few people throughout the years by the Catholic Church. It is known as the Ecumenical Council Medallion. Now, I've been trying to earn this medallion for a long time. I don't know why. They just won't give it to me. I'm really kind of mad. I'm a little miffed. I'm a little miffed that they have not given me this medallion, because I feel like I'm doing my part. I mean, I'm exposing them. I'm calling it, calling them the devils that they are. You'd think they'd be a little more appreciative of my efforts. Sorry, I lost control there. Anyway, so Zinzag, the author, also happened to be the niece of the famous Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, who helped sponsor Adamski for well over 10 years. There was in Rome with another witness as they watched him go through a special entrance into the side of the Vatican. Now you know you've attained whatever you're trying to attain when you go through the special entrance on the side of the Vatican, and you know you're really important. Doug, you went in there a couple times, haven't you? The side entrance? Yeah. There's a little turnstile there, and they give you a ticket. Did you get a medallion? Oh, good. He got a medallion, I didn't. Anyway, sorry. So they watched him go through this special entrance on the side of the Vatican into the private audience with the Pope. I wonder if he let him kiss his ring. That little ring thing. And then he watched him return back outside after his meeting with the Pope. In the final analysis, now this is this New Age writing, it is my opinion, as stated, based both on my own research as well as my own personal experiences, that one of the reasons that the Vatican's chief astronomer is coming out now openly to make this statement, and the fact that the governments of the planet, as even mentioned on Fox and CNN News, have recently been releasing vast amounts of formerly classified documents about UFOs and the extraterrestrial contacts. They had that thing not too long ago where there was that mile-wide UFO that was spotted over Texas, and there was like F-16s chasing the thing. And hundreds of people saw it in Texas. Now, I'm not making this stuff up. We already talked about all these mass amount of sightings that are going on in England. And a lot of this is leaking into the news. There was another one I saw the other night. There was more UFOs over Phoenix. Pretty heavy-duty stuff. These documents, these formerly classified documents about UFOs and extraterrestrial contacts, they're all believing now that this planet will soon be experiencing much more open UFO sightings and what some might have been traditionally have termed divine intervention of these very spiritually advanced beings. See, they're greater than we are. See, that's the thing they've got to convince us of, is they're greater than we are. No, they're not. They're debauched devils from the pit of hell. And if you see one of these things, rebuke it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And if you see one of these crafts, point to it, preferably with a King James Bible in your hand, and rebuke it in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. I mean, don't think I'm dogmatic or anything. I'm sorry. But that's what we need to do. These things are demonic. But they term themselves as very spiritually advanced beings who are members of the Intergalactic Confederation or Universal Federation. In both my physical experiences abroad, what I refer to as the Merkabia light ships, the communications shared with me in person by these space brothers of the Ashtar Command, and also many other times, they have stated very strongly that they must intervene soon. Now, this is a New Ager talking who's had multiple contacts, who has a website that's reaching hundreds of thousands of people, I believe, every day. Okay, this guy that's writing this, I think his name's Patrick Bellringer. I know it's a weird name, but anyway. They always have weird names, don't they? I don't know. I need to get a weird name like that. Mine's too plain. You know, mine really is. Scott Johnson's just not there. I'm not with it. I'm so not with it. And I admit it. I admit my shortcomings. So, anyway, I'm going to, I don't know, Swami something. I want to be a Swami. I got to have the Swami thing in the title. So, anyway, they're saying these contact when he's getting these messages, these benevolent Elohim space brothers are telling him that they must intervene soon because our free will is getting out of control. And that could end up destroying the earth if they don't openly step in. It's coming. I'm telling you. In fact, just as I was being guided to share this posting with others on the internet, I felt that that familiar vibrational signal, which alerted me to one of the main beings who has been communicating through me most of my present earth life. His name is Lord Ashtar. Oh, you mean one of the Ascended Masters that I talked about in one of the last teachings? Yeah, it's the same guy. Lord Ashtar indicated that he was going to send a transmission channeling through me to share with everyone else in regard to these latest developments with the Vatican. See, the Ascended Masters, these Ascended Master guys, they want to expound upon what the Vatican's already admitted to. They're very interested in this. Of course they are. Now, I'm going to read this channeling now that this guy did. This is directly from the devil. So you want to see a memo? Here's a memo from the devil. Yes, Doug, we're all going to go into lotus positions now and contemplate the universe. Or our navel, one of the two, I figure. You know, just to really set the tone. We're going to burn some black candles too. Sorry. Just kidding. Teasing. So here it is. Lord Ashtar's channeling transmission through Michael Elegion. Evidently, that's the guy that wrote this. Michael Elegion? Yeah. I'm sorry. That's who was writing it. Okay. Greetings in the light of the radiant one God. Huh. Isn't that weird? You would think that they'd be saying gods and all this stuff. No, no. He's saying the radiant light of the one God. This is Lord Ashtar of the Ashtar Command. The Intergalactic Confederation, Universal Federation. Sounds like Star Trek. Yeah, but it sounds real impressive, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, we have Galactic Federation of spaceships. Things of this nature. I want to comment upon what this channel and many others have recently heard regarding the official public statement by the Vatican astronomer about a belief in our existence. And we from other worlds and this is not in conflict to one's beliefs or your relationship with our divine Creator, and our divine Creator, and He's the Creator of all universes. This Devil Ashtar guy goes on to say, quote, This is only one of the more recent and important steps, this Vatican disclosure, that some of the officials of the government in those positions of power in the earth realize must be done. See, this is a conditioning process. They're moving us along so that we can accept this. I mean, you got the X-Files, you got Hollywood, you got all this stuff going on in the media that's conditioning us to accept this. You got these UFO sightings getting so flagrant and so numerous. How are we going to continue to deny this anymore? And who's going to step up to the forefront and say what it is? Well, that's what we're reading right now. These are their spokespersons. It is true, we of the Federation have been attempting to influence those in positions of power on Earth for many years to allow the masses, all peoples of the Earth, to have access to us and the vast amount of help that we can offer you very quickly to solve the numerous challenges you have been facing. Now, there's the main carrot. It's always about the technology. When we entered into this treaty that I had mentioned earlier, this Grenada Treaty, it was all about the technology. If you go to UFO conventions and you talk to people that are unsaved, that are into this stuff, what is all this about for them? Do they want disclosure because they want everybody to think like they do? Maybe, but the main reason, if you ask them, and they will admit to this, is they want the technology. They want the demonic technology because they think it's going to solve all our problems, and maybe we can live forever. And maybe we won't have to answer to Holy God when we die either. That's what it's all about, because they're saying that the God of the Bible is basically a lie. Well, that sounds good to them too. That means that there's no such concept as sin. Oh, imagine that. But they're saying, yes, once we step on the scene, once official disclosure happens, we can help to offer you very quickly through our technology to solve the numerous challenges you've been facing. And I believe it's going to be both technologically, spiritually, politically, economically, all going to be one rolled up into one. And then he says, yes, in the decade of the 1950s, we of the Federation openly appeared over the Capitol building of the United States on 2 weekends. The dates were July 19th and July 26th of 1952. Now, this was 2 years, roughly, before this treaty with the Eisenhower, this Grenada Treaty that we mentioned earlier. This was done in order to make it clear to the officials that we were of a benevolent presence. Now, I've seen this in many places where this did happen, but it was suppressed in the news because the government doesn't want this getting out. Then it says, we have also attempted diplomatic relations with the officials on more than one occasion. See, they've tried to be diplomatic with us. And sending down a Federation ship to land openly at Edwards Air Force Base on February 20th and 21st, 1954 was one of the more documented attempts. Now, this is what the devil's saying he's done. It is also true, despite this attempt to officially establish diplomatic relations, we of the Federation were turned down because our representatives made it clear that we would not share our very advanced technologies with the Earth leaders, which could be used for a more advanced weapon system and would have been unfortunately used in such by those positions of power. We made it very clear that we were willing to share more advanced technologies with the leaders if they were willing to also share this information with all the peoples of the Earth rather than just the power elite having access to it. Oh, see, they really do love us. They're our good buddies. We need to have like stuffed animal aliens and maybe ascended masters and stuff and cuddle them up with them at night and stuff, like stuffed animals. Sorry. But yeah, they've been behind the scenes in a benevolent way for millions of years, lovingly looking on to their little science project, we mere earthlings, giving us free will. I mean, hey, when we were two-celled amoebas and when we came out of a rock and became two-celled amoebas and then grew legs and became frogs, and then came on shore and turned into lizards, and then turned into an ape and a monkey and then a human. They were lovingly watching that whole evolutionary process, ushering it along. You know, they've been more than patient with us. Sorry, but that's essentially what they're saying. So, then it goes on to say, this devil Ashtar, we also made it clear that as a gesture of peace, as a type of litmus test, the real intent of the technology that we would share, beyond any shadow of doubt, would be our very advanced technologies to be used only for peaceful and humanitarian purposes. Our representatives stated very clearly and precisely that we of the Federation demanded that nuclear weapons on Earth to be immediately made obsolete. Now, this is confirming what all the accounts of this Grenada Treaty of 1954 they were saying. This is confirming of that they wanted to totally shut down anything of a nuclear origin. Our good buddy Space Brothers. Also, and that the people of this planet must be made aware of this situation with no cover-ups or so-called conspiracies of silence. See, they really are good guys. I mean, they're for our best interests, you know. This would prove the real intent and motives of those in positions of power. If they only have positive or benevolent intent, they would not hesitate to allow the sharing for the mutual benefit of all the people on the planet, rather than those who have tended to abuse their power and positions upon this planet. In other words, it was our wicked government's fault because we wouldn't go along with the aliens. Now, I'm not saying our government's not wicked, okay? But the aliens are putting it all back on humanity, and essentially, or the people in power. So this offers an open, mutual, intergalactic cultural exchange. With these very important requirements were, of course, turned down. It was obvious that the humanitarian and the moral demands were not as important or the same priority as it was to keep their power and not to share this with everyone else upon the planet. So it's just the greedy old government people that were just, you know, they wouldn't want to play ball. We of the Federation had probably suspected the more official overtures of intergalactic diplomacy and peace would probably not turn out as we had hoped. But we at least felt we had to officially go through the diplomatic formality. Oh, aren't they wonderful? Where do I sign up? Especially since our representatives also warned President Eisenhower and all those present with him of another group. I wish I had the organ in the background right now, you know, of the other group. A group we have considered as renegades. Those termed the Greys. The good cop, bad cop, alien scenario. Yes, now you've entered into good cop, bad cop, alien territory. You have the good aliens, the Pleiadians, the Nordics, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, perfectly looking ones. And then you have the bad ones, the malevolent little Greys. Those little mischievous imp-like creatures that go and abduct people and impregnate them. And these types of things, they're bad. They're bad. Because the Greys are not willing to abide by the Federation policy. See, these guys are good guys. But see, the Greys don't want to play ball even with the other aliens. They want to do their own little thing. There's always evil. These Greys aren't willing to abide by Galactic Federation policies that strictly forbid activities of taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of those living on Earth. Oh, isn't that special? I sense a hallmark moment brewing. They plan to abduct many Earthians, Earth people, and just using them for genetic material without respecting the sovereignty and the cosmic civil rights. I feel my Kundalini being awakened, Doug. I don't know about you. Yes, millions of cosmic civil rights violations have occurred by these entities, abducting millions of human beings. Hey, that confirms what all the polls say, like the Roper poll that we talked about in previous teachings, at least 3% of the population has been abducted in America. Millions of peoples. But see, it's all those bad grays. So see, then they don't have to take any of the blame for what the grays are doing off on their own renegade selves. These entities are on the back curve of evolution. Ah, that's the problem, Doug. They're just not quite highly evolved enough yet. See how good the devil is at what he does? Unbelievably adept. And they are a dying species, the Greys, who have refused our own offers to them in times past. These little stubborn devils. If they would agree to Federation policies just as we demanded of the Earth human officials, or the cabal, that is to live up to and to respect the sacred principles and laws of creation by not forcing themselves upon other species and allowing us to share certain genetic knowledge with them, they could have gotten themselves off this back curve of evolution and would have returned to a more progressively balanced evolution once again. This would do Darwin proud. Now we've got the aliens evolving too. We're all in a state of evolution. Well, isn't that, we're going to be as gods one day. We're going to evolve to godhood. That's what their ultimate carrot or prize they're offering. But see, these little grays, they're more backwoodsy grays. They're backwoods. You know, they're not with it. Of course, just like the Earth leaders, they were not willing to respect or uphold these requirements and chose to break Federation rules of the non-interference which forbids these abductions that have occurred. Give me a break. Now, this is from Devil Ashtar, okay? Not me talking. This is what he's saying. I'm just trying to give you the commentaries along the way. This so-called treaty, which the Earth officials made with these renegade aliens, and was made without the will of the people, I believe they're in reference to this Grenada Treaty, we have always considered it illegal and immoral in the sense that, unlike other worlds, our planetary leaders are also members and or represent our higher councils and are, first of all, leaders because of their level of integrity and spiritual wisdom and their respecting of truth to the needs of the peoples. What drivel? What lies? Well, he's the father of lies. And these are his children, and of his works they will do. And then he says, they always touch with their people's concerns, and there are no cover-ups or so-called hidden agendas. Everything is above board, period. What a lie from the pit of hell that is. All they do is lie. He goes on to say, but on this planet, as our fellow space brother of light, Commander Voltra, a cosmic psychotherapist. Oh, good. Does he have like a big couch on his alien ship that he does psychotherapy on? Who has been affectionately nicknamed the Dr. Phil of the intergalactic realms. Oh, now we're really getting to it. The Dr. Phil of the intergalactic realms. That's good. That's rich. He has stated, this Commander Voltra, that other than the Greys and the negative reptilians, because they're bad too, who we are cleansing from the heavens, Earth, which have been the most dysfunctional planet in the entire universe. Oh, we're just the offscouring, the scum of the entire... Why would they even bother with us? We're the most dysfunctional planet in the entire universe. They said it. Do you believe this? They're trying to make us feel so small and so insignificant. Not only to their massive power, but just to the degenerates that the human race is how they're trying to make us feel. Many of you need what he terms cosmic psychotherapy, and Voltra is available 24/7. For those of you who want some compassionate counseling and emotional and psychological analysis on how to handle all your earthly codependencies. That seems so extremely prevalent upon Earth. Voltra is just one of literally millions of fellow cosmic psychotherapists on aboard our vast fleets and commands of the Federation, which surround the planet in guardian action. Now, listen, these UFOs, I'm not making this stuff up, and they can't all be from the government. Okay? There's no way. There's too many of them. There's got to be some explanation here. And they're saying they're surrounding the planet and guarding the planet from ultimately these bad greys and some of the negative reptilians. It's good cop, bad cop. If I don't ever expose you to any of this, when this scenario most likely goes down, how are you going to have a clue about what's really going on? They were probably doing a very, very similar thing in Noah's day. It was just more out in the open. They were more in your face and overt with it. It's done more subtly now. Satan has refined his craft better. In today's day and age, it had to be done in a different way and a little more subtly. Oh, a lot more subtly. But it's going to come a time where it's not subtle anymore. And then he says, my friend and fellow ascended master of the spiritual hierarchy, now this is Ashtar's buddy, Saint Germain, appeared before the forefathers and gave the short inspiring speech about freedom and sovereignty. And he ended it with the admonition, so sign that document. And they did. The original organic U.S. Constitution, a truly divinely inspired document, documents the rule of law on Earth, so too the intergalactic rule of law. They're taking credit for everything. They appeared to our forefathers, good old Georgie. And there might have been. George Washington was a high-level Freemason. Oh, bless God, no, he wasn't. I'll tell you what, I did a whole teaching on it. And I found out things about that afterward that even blow that away. And it's from his own writings. I'm going to probably redo that teaching one of these days, because what I found out after I had already posted the teaching was doubly indicting. No, triply, I'd have to say. And it was his own writings. Every one of our presidents that we can trace back all come from these similar bloodlines that relate into the Illuminati. Every one of them. They might not all be Freemasons technically on paper, but they're all from this bloodline. That's a whole other teaching. But, so he goes on to say, we at Ashtar Command and the entire Federation have been instrumental in allowing a much more recent opportunity for all the people of Earth. Every soul's higher over soul self, whatever that means, to participate in a full planetary vote of allowing all the souls presently living upon Earth to participate. This voting process for a new, more fair and planetary treaty, a so-called one world government, allows the peoples of the planet to now have their official vote. Oh, good. We're not going to have to worry about all the vote rigging and the die-bowl machines and, oh, man, finally. Unlike the continuous manipulation of the votes that have occurred in the most recent elections of the U.S., and the other corrupt countries. That's true. I agree. We on these higher levels never manipulate any of these votes because the majority rules. See, they're the champions of the common man. They're the real champions of the common man. I know the politicians throw that term around, but no, the real champions are our buddies, the ascended masters. Now, I've done, again, if you want to know the teaching I did on ascended masters, I go through each one of these one by one, the big guys. Okay, Lord Maitreya and the whole bunch, Saint Germain, just key in Ascended or Masters or whatever, you'll find it on my homepage. Let's go further. Unlike the continuous, we already said that one. Even though there were few negative votes against this law, against this new, more fair treaty by those members of the cabal, meaning the people on Earth, that don't want to play ball, the governmental leaders, and some more backward, laggard souls who had been stuck on the old wheel of karma. Doug, I think we're both stuck on the old wheel of karma. Is that like the Wheel of Fortune? It's like we got a wheel of karma. We have a new game show. You know? You could come back as a dung beetle or whoever you want to. You know, the old wheel karma. Anyway, what this channel refers to as the cosmic isolationists, who by and large, most souls, when given the opportunity, voted unanimously to allow us. See, the devil has to have permission. The devil does have to have permission. I mean, he can't just come and demon possess you. You got to essentially either open a door or invite him in. And a lot of occultists are very aware of what I just said. When they do occultic things, they'll actually invite or beg these demons to come in and possess them, to give them a new talent, ability, or whatever, or more power. But there's always a huge price to pay. But see, most people voted unanimously that were privy to this information to allow this federation to openly and divinely intervene here on earth very shortly. So see, they've already taken the vote. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. As soon as our divine creator gives us the imminent green light and official cosmic go-ahead. Oh, good. It's a-coming. Guaranteed. It's coming. And as this channel also has been getting ready, this channeler, as we have guided him and prepared him to do so, it is very shortly publishing an insightful book that helps to powerfully prepare all of humanity in more detail to what just exactly we will be doing when what some have termed the first contact finally does occur. He said all that to say that. This is preparation for humanity to accept what's coming. I was also honored to have channeled through a fellow volunteer soul in earth embodiment. Oh, good. Channeling is something that is absolutely forbidden in the Bible. The penalty for witchcraft in the Bible was death, I believe by stoning. But it's okay now. I mean, we can just, obviously the Bible's passé, according to them. But they're going to come out with this book to prepare all humanity for what's coming, for when first contact does occur. See, that's what I'm doing, except I'm doing it from the opposite side. I'm trying to prepare you for when this stuff starts to go down, and I'm doing it on every front I can do it on. I've done whole teachings on avian flu, the pandemics, biological warfare, World War III, the alien scenario, the ascended master scenario. I'm not just concentrating on one thing. The deception is going to be legion, and it's going to be coming at us from many different angles. And it may be one deception after another. It may be kind of all at the same time. It's hard to say. I don't know, but I want you to be prepared for anything that the devil can throw your way. So that's what we're doing to try to prepare you. Then he says, I was honored to have channeled through a fellow volunteer soul in earth embodiment, the great sister and dedicated soul of light, Lady Tuella. While she was still alive here on earth, Lady Tuella has been back here amongst us since she returned to the higher realms at the end of her earth mission. Yeah, her end of her earth mission, so she just kind of ascended. Just like they say Jesus did when he ended his ministry here on earth. He ascended, he became an ascended master. That's what they say. Then he says, I wish to state for the record, as I and others of the Federation channeled through her, and I was documented in her book, Project World Evacuation by Ashtar Command. Project World Evacuation? Oh yeah, she wrote a book. That was the title. That information is still basically just as accurate now as it was back in 1982, when it was first published by Tuella through the Guardian Action publications. Even though over 2.5 decades of 3D Earth time have come to and gone, and even though we have changed our plans of the exact time factor of when just exactly we would ultimately make our move, disclosure, I still refer to the first contact scenario as a secret wave of evacuation because it is secret only in the sense of not openly and officially announcing a specific and exact date and time of our mass appearance over this planet. The reason they can't do that is because God is in control, and He is the one that is permitting the strong delusion, and He is the one that calls the shots, and they don't even know when He's exactly going to permit it, so they can't post a time and a date. You know how many times Lord Maitreya said, oh, I'm going to appear, whatever, I'm going to make, it's going to be, and it always came, it never came to pass. So they finally just kind of shut up, and they don't say anything, because they don't want to wind up with egg on their face, or cosmic egg on their face. Sorry. Little term I just invented there. Anyway, secret wave of evacuation. This first series of more open and mass appearances and landings does include worldwide evacuations. These evacuations are not, at this stage, really so much emergency scenarios as they are more cosmic R&R. Rest and relaxation. Doug's eating this up. Anyway. Vacations, these vacations, no, this is when these people get taken off the earth. They just kind of disappear. Wow, that sounds like the rapture scenario. Oh, no, it's only going to be these certain people. This cosmic R&R vacations for a period of approximately 2 to 3 weeks of Earth time. For the returning volunteers in Earth, embodiment, and later waves of evacuation for anyone else whose physical bodies are high enough in vibrations to handle the higher energies aboard our Merkabia light ships. Now, I heard they've come out with a new model. They've come out with a Merkabia 2 light ship. Sorry. Yeah. So, unless you're highly enough evolved, you're not going to get to participate in the cosmic R&R. These worldwide evacuations. And as it does occur, then all on Earth will know that the intergalactic cultural exchange has finally been allowed. Oh, wow. I wonder if Hollywood's done anything to prepare us for this. Like all these abduction things. And there's this show called Taken, which had Dakota Fanning in it, who's one of, like, the biggest child actress. And she was taken. And these people get taken, and sometimes they get taken for long, long periods of time, years. And they come back, and guess what? They're changed. They're not quite the same as they were before. In fact, there's a whole series on this. It's called the 4400. You ever heard of that? 4400. It's a mini-series. You know what it's about? 4,400 people that have been abducted by aliens that all of a sudden, one day, there's this comet heading toward the Earth. And we're tracking it from space, and the whole world knows about it. And all of a sudden, the comet comes, and we're firing nuclear warheads at this thing, and they're hitting, and nothing's happening. And this thing's changing directions, and they're thinking, how could a comet change directions? And then all of a sudden, it shows up over this lake in Oregon. And it's this big ball of light over this lake. And all these reporters are out there taking pictures, and all of a sudden, it comes down, and it implodes, and then when the dust clears, the smoke clears literally, on the beachhead, there's 4,400 people. And some of them are dressed up in clothes like from the 1940s and 50s and 60s, and they're all like dazed, walk around, where am I? Guess what? These are people that have been abducted years ago, and now all of a sudden the aliens benevolently return them to us. Is this part of this cultural, intergalactic cultural exchange they're in reference to? And these people come back and they have these special abilities that they're not aware of at the beginning. Some of them have these psychic abilities. Some of them have abilities to basically suck the life out of you. Some of them have abilities where they can know the future. Everybody that comes back in the 4,400 are here to supposedly help save Mother Gaia from a certain destruction. And the aliens benevolently intervened on our behalf and did this for us. So now we get into the realm of the indigo and the star children, which I've done a whole teaching on as well. That plays into the end time scenario. See, it's not just one thing. We're just talking about one thing today, but I think this is going to be the most heavy duty of all things. I mean, you can talk about World War III and avian flu and all that all you want, but this is a whole other level, I think you would agree, what we're talking about today. So, could you imagine? if all of a sudden they had a worldwide evacuations, now they're saying this is going to happen, and in New Age literature I've been hearing this is going to happen for a long time, where all of a sudden these people that are of a higher consciousness, these ones that have appeared to be these UFO or New Age freaks, are going to just disappear for 2 to 3 weeks. And they're going to come back and they're going to be revamped. Demon-possessed to the toenails with special abilities. And what are they going to act as? Liaisons between these intergalactic space ascended master guys. They're going to be like liaisons. They're going to be able to bridge the gap between mere humanity and the space brethren. And that's why this is being done. Because, let's face it, if you're sitting down next to somebody that looks and acts just like a human and you knew that person before, you're going to be more open to what they're telling you rather than if some gray alien sits down next to you and wants to have a cup of coffee. You know, you're not going to be as receptive. So that's why. The devil's good at what he does. And then he goes on to say, we are looking forward to this upcoming intergalactic fellowship. Oh, I bet you they are. And as so many fellow channels and contactees, channelers, have known for many years that once this first contact does occur, we at the Federation and those of you in Earth Embodiment who are members of our extended cosmic families, doesn't that sound nice and cozy? We will have such a wonderful cosmic family reunion. How is that family photo going to look? You got Uncle Gray Alien and Brother whatever. That's going to be one weird-looking family reunion picture. Let me tell you that right now. Sorry. Anyway, yes, great parties and celebrations that we have been looking forward to. Oh boy, I mean, where do I sign up? So get your lives in order. Anything that needs to be resolved and taken care of, and anything of a karmic nature that needs to be released. And if you need help, call upon us. And also invoke the cosmic law of grace to help resolve any and all conditions on Earth which would have blocked this wondrous and awesome reuniting of Earth and all the world of the Federation, Intergalactic Confederation throughout the universe. Now understand that the thing that Aleister Crowley started back in the 20s or whenever he did the Alamtroth working, and then what Parsons did with L. Ron Hubbard in the Babylonian working. What were they trying to do? Open gateways and doorways into our realm of existence to let the devils and demons in. They're telling you to do the same thing here now. Just let us in. Contact us. Invoke us. So we can come in and demon possess you and help you. And we'll make you feel all warm and fuzzy. We'll give you the Kundalini experience. You'll get all tingly all over. You'll have miracles. You might even get healed. It's going to be all good. I mean, you can either go to us or go to Todd Bentley. It doesn't matter which one. You're going to get the same effect ultimately. Okay, blessing. And then he says, blessings to all. Keep your eyes on the skies. Yeah. It's like, you know, alien disc jockey. Keep your eyes on the skies. As we prepare for this most momentous of all occasions, Adonai Vasu Barogius. Now that's a name. Okay, that was the first article regarding that. I'm going to go ahead and stop here and we'll go further. And we'll be back shortly.